Welcome back to the stream. As we're going to be hopping into the lower bracket, or actually upper bracket's lower portion, we are going to be hopping into alternate attacks versus Apogee, whatever you want to pronounce it. And actually we have a second best of 3 starting in about a second as well. So we're going to be going through this one, and after that hopping into... Let me actually make sure that I'm talking about the right teams at the moment. You can see the brackets at the moment. It's going to be TSM versus Illuminar a little bit later on. So depending who wins, how it's going to go, they're going to find the respectable matches on the upper bracket. And of course, the losers aren't out of the tournament yet. So they're just going to drop to that lower bracket, where we can also see Gaming Gladiators going against Johnny Speeds. And here's the lineup. Obsec, Freeze, Arrow, Perks, and Hyped being actually on Big's Academy. We've talked about him for a long while now. One of those talents that I actually wanted to see do well, but he has a couple of issues too. Meanwhile, Apogee, Switz, Virtuoso, Polo, Glocku, and Prism will be leading this lineup today. And yeah, as I'm actually checking up some stats at the same time, trying to get that information about the map picks. The maps that are going to be picked are going to be Ancient, Anubis, and Vertigo. And what I'm seeing at the moment is that alternate attacks, they have a 38% win rate on Ancient. Hyped, actually one of those players that I've seen playing this map with the last lineup that he had. 26 maps being played as a total. Meanwhile, Apogee, however you want to pronounce it, is going to be almost a 60%, 59, with 17 maps underneath their belts. And Anubis, which is alternate attacks old map pick, 47% of a win rate with 36 maps. And for Apogee, that's a 30% with 10 maps. And if we need it, we're going to land on Vertigo. That's almost a 50-50 for both of the teams, so 55 and 56. With 11 maps on alternate attacks and 9 on the side of Apogee. And that's going to be interesting how they're going to handle it. Or we're going to see a third map today. Quick start here at the middle. Seems to be the favorite start for a lot of teams. And that is just going to be Virtuoso with the first shot at the start of the game. That is going to be a quick way to kind of get blasted here. Bomb will be planted towards that B side. Meanwhile, rest of the players just looking for a way in. That's going to be Virtuoso with a kill, but the Arrow with a couple of kills of his own. The German's looking very good at the moment. That has to be a double, but the problem is Perks with 1 HP actually clutches it back into a 1 versus 1, but Swiss only needs a bullet. And that will be the round. Here we go. So, good morning, everybody. Hopefully you had a good night's sleep for today. As we are going to be continuing from where we were left off yesterday. Yesterday was a hell of a couple of matches. And I have to say, I wasn't actually ready for a couple of the games to go that way, but I'm kind of happy to see it. Boys playing exactly how it's supposed to be played. Alright, so it's just going to be a save round for the side of alternate attacks. I don't really have the money to go for anything crazy yet. Early starting round. Apogee starting it off exactly how they were kind of hoping for it to go. And just looking at how this round is going, that's going to be Obsec at least with 1 of the kills. And the AK will find 1 more. Switch coming out with a double at the end. That's going to be Glocku to actually get the triple. And now let's see if they can actually finally turn it around. Looking at the buys coming in, that's going to be the FAMASes. Or actually 1 FAMAS from Freeze. Rest of the players going with the M4 setup. Freeze opting in for a little bit more utility. Idea here is to get that stable start if they can. Swiss smokes out lane. That is the nade towards the B side. Meanwhile, that is going to be Apogee. If they could actually flex this round onto alternate attacks, that could be amazing. That round start that they needed. Usually CTs are very brittle at this point still. To be a little bit careful, especially with so many utilities being used. Wiz finds a very good headshot towards the side. That's going to be the second one as well. The entries are very on point at the moment. That's a triple to start it off. This is a buy round from the side of alternate attacks. Every single slot they're pushing into comes out with a frag. A triple from B side, an opener coming up towards that A side as well. Virtuoso. Make sure that that bomb is going to go down. That's the first frag. Freeze. With the budget, FAMAS finds one, but that's the only kill they get. Alternate attack starting off this game with a very rough round. And Apogee, this is exactly what we're talking about. The start that they want. You always have to focus on the fact that there's not that many rounds to be played for. Especially considering the past. Just a couple of good rounds here to start. If you can actually just loop the CTs into a save, that's where the problems start to seep in. It's just a couple of rounds here, a couple of rounds there. Suddenly, you're at your 5th. Battling for that 6, and there's still so many rounds to be played for. Alternate attacks, they know it. You can see it from their buy at this point. It's got to be the flash to enter the site, but nobody's able to hold it. It's just going to be a B-side stack. This will be leading them into a little bit of a problem, especially Freeze. Maybe taking a step too far inside that smoke. Virtuoso finds a very easy kill. I'm not entirely sure what Freeze was trying to do with that push. At least... Oh no, Arrow, you had to have that every single time of the day. God. That's a player without a weapon for a little while. And still not finding the kill. That's a bummer. That is a bummer. Torres, how, yo, don't know how are you, bro? Dude, I'm doing fine. Just trying to get these people banned in the chat. How you doing, brother? How's your day? Off we go for more. Finally, we're getting a little bit of a better buy here from the side of alternate attacks. Great catch coming out of Hyped. That's exactly what you wanted to see. For that op to come in, we need some impact from it. Wait, that's Donut? Yeah, I'm Donut, dude. So, just a little bit tired, but I'll get that energy drink in for the next map. Trust me. Or if we get a pulse, I'm gonna catch it. Prism fighting for that B-side control actually finds the first kill, and that's gonna be Prism with the second kill through the drill. It's going to be a quick reply, a 3 versus 3 with that starting kill coming in from Hyped, but we still need so much more impact from him. Switz is just sneaking a little bit closer towards the double doors. That's just going to be Arrow and Hyped. Both of the players stacking up. They might be actually brought in, especially with that much information, knowing that you haven't really seen anything. It means that there's some kind of a setup, and Swizz is playing this so well at the moment. Active, trying to just hurt these players into a spot that works for him. And Hyped with Freeze, the only 2 players finding a frag on this round. This is starting to look a little bit more critical. Alternate attacks looking to win their round. The problem is if they get wiped now, this is just going to be horrible for them. And the full rotation towards the A side with all the information they have to know. They've been duked. Bamboozled. The bomb will be planted towards that B side, not even close to the site that they're stacking at the moment. And I don't think we're going to see a retake. There's no reason to even go for it. There's a very deep lurk coming in from Virtuoso just to make sure that they're not going to push in from middle. And that's another round on the board for Apogee. Of course, this is their map pick, but this was supposed to be a map that alternate attacks knew how to play. And we're already seeing a couple of problems here. I'm good too. That's nice to hear. Hopefully everybody's doing good. Here we go. 5 rounds on the board. This was exactly what we were talking about. You can feel that slip zooting in very quickly once you start to lose that first and a couple of rounds here and there. Exactly where you need to start to step up. And the problem is just a round is not going to be enough. Alternative attacks, they need to come up with a couple of change round here together. Timeout taken. Exactly what they need. And off we go. Round number 6. Alternative attacks, even with the better weaponry. They've had a couple of issues trying to win these rounds. It's going to be the early utility. And looking at what's left, that's going to be a couple of flashes with a couple of smokes. They don't really have that much utility to fight with at the moment. So, being a little bit more careful could be the way to go. Config fake was being shown there for a little while. I think it went down, so that was Polo taking a shot to the face. So again, alternate attacks coming up with the early kill, but the problem is to actually win the rounds has been the problem. That's a great entry coming in from Glosu Avzek. Absolutely gets sidelined there. That's going to be the flash just for long. But from the long angle, Arrow comes up with a nice kill here. Oliver Queen showing us a game style at the moment that we haven't really seen with a 5-7 in a while. Swizz drops perks. And this seems to be a round that is slowly going to the side of Apogee, but that's a great kill coming out from the side. Molotov to try to cover up the bomb. Arrow knows exactly where that came in. That's a great pop flash. And a little bit more space being played. Nice no-scope coming out of Virtuoso, and that's just hype left in between a rock and a hard place. And I think just to try to save that op for the next round is going to be the best decision he's going to go for. And even from the cross switch, which is a couple of bullets, shuts it down. Apogee with 6 rounds on the board. And to be honest, looking at the board, well, they do have money. So, I was about to say that it could be 7. But we are going to be seeing a buy again. The problem is, we haven't really seen anything from the CT side to believe that this is going to be a win. But of course, you always have to believe, for some reason. Not entirely sure why. Early fights being won. That's Gloku coming out with a frag again. Donut not really finding a way to shut some of these rounds down. That's going to be Perks. Spotting one of the players on the cross, knows exactly where he is. Meanwhile, Arrow finds a kill from middle, I think. Yeah, that's going to be the bomb drop down. Even the cavalry has been called here, but it's just going to be a push towards the B side. Even from the A side, they're coming out with kills at the moment. They're just getting every single entry everywhere, but the bomb is still locked in at middle. It's a 2 versus 3. They really need to find a way to fight against these. That's Arrow with a triple kill for this round already, shutting Polo down. And a very good job done here. Prism with Swiss. Both of the players pushing him from lane. Looking to turn this around. A drop coming in from the platform. And is this going to be the first round hype? The only thing he has to hit is that shot. And finally, after the rescoped, alternate attacks that finally make it around. That's going to be the first one on the board. Apogee with 6 in a row. Poles already coming out with a great start here. Meanwhile, alternate attacks equipped with Ozek from Greece. Rest of the players German. I'm not entirely sure if there's actually speaking German on the team. If Obviously knows how to speak German. Nice entry shot there from Hype. That's going to be Prism with a quick trade. Meanwhile, Hype comes up with a kill. That's going to be Alsec with 1. Perks finally steps in. Swizz with a couple of his own. Has to be a little bit more active here. Makes it a third one. Okay, so this is actually still doable. A 1 versus 1. I'm not entirely sure how they gave those frags away. But the problem is he has no idea where Perks is pushing from. And that will be the round for alternate attacks. But oh boy, did it come close. That came way too close to comfort. Looking at some of those frags coming up the site. That was about to be a very bad day for the side of AT. Or AA, if you want to call it that. AA versus A. Switz. Locked in for that entry. He's going to be shut down by Avzek. Cool. Middle control, and will be stepping a little bit closer towards the red here. And this means that he is going to find a couple of great starting picks. I'm not sure if they got spotted here at the same time. No, it doesn't seem like they have any idea where Glocko is playing from. A beautiful timing on that flash, but the problem is, misses the little opportunity here. Gets the first one. He actually shots the second player behind him. Hyped. Oh boy, he just literally peeked his head at the wrong spot at the wrong time. Nothing else. You can't really fault him for that. It's just done for him. It seems like Perks got the memo. It's going to be the op on the floor. He's not going to go for it. If he wants to save it for the next one, the Prism is actually pretty low in HP, but the bomb ticks out to 25. And from short to quick push coming in, he's been spotted. This is going to be a sandwich of a spot for him. Long, not actually even thinking about going for it, but the problem is that the time is starting to burn out. Prism goes for the pick. Perks wins the duel, but the round drops for Apogee. He's ready to fight for that lane too. Great fight there to win it. The problem is he's low enough for the bomb to do its work. Alternate attacks barely without any money. They have to go for a half buy. 2,900 for the next round, but the problem is it doesn't help now. They need to go for something. A couple of weapons here and there. A couple of $1,000 could be okay. They're actually gonna go for the full buy. Are you serious? Okay. This could be the call that actually breaks it all. For them to have only $2,900 for the next one is going to be harsh if they lose every single weapon here. The full push coming in already. That's the first and the second entry. This is starting off much more horribly than I was actually expecting. A couple of entries already into the site. And $3,000 is all they're looking at if they lose these weapons. There's Gats coming in from Ozek to drop down Polo. That's a very harsh call for from the next round. If they could actually save a couple of these weapons, that could be something. But for them to even think about an op or anything like that, that's not going to be in the cards. You're gonna have to win every single duel here. Kaboom goes the bomb. And no more weapons to be saved for the next one. They're not going to pick up any AK, so we're going to see that MP9 and FAMAS in the rotation. This has to be a tactical call-out. They have to talk about, they have to have a conversation of what happened. What was that call from the last round? What do we do now? Especially if we want to pull it back. There's still a couple of rounds left here to play with. So if they could actually make it a 4 and they have an amazing T-side or something like that, it's doable. Looking at their past history, their CT side has been overwhelmingly better than the T side. 57% to 43%. So if this is their better side, Ancient is starting to look like a swan song for the side of alternate attacks. Meanwhile, Apogee, they're just waltzing through. And thinking about the fact that we're hopping into another map that they have some experience in. This could be something. AK FAMAS 5.7 and a Deagle with an MP9. Whatever was found from the scrapyard got brought back into the game right now. Virtuoso. Spaking whatever is in red at the moment. Perks is going to be the first one in line to go for that entry. Gets traded immediately. And behind the smoke, this is going to be freezing. If he finds a couple of kills, that's going to be the first one. That's actually a very good frag. Virtuoso knows that he's there. And that's going to be the second line of utility. Freeze turns around at the worst possible timing. Spider sense is tickling. Turns around, gets the frag onto Virtuoso, and that's going to be a great frag, but another trade coming in. And makes it a 2 versus 3. Now the question is how Apogee is going to be reading this one. What are we going to see? What kind of a play do they want to go for? Alzek from the lane, ready to take these players in. That's going to be Prism to push in from the doors. Wiz waiting for a peek to come in from the second mid. It's not going to happen. Avsek actually drops a player, and this is going to be dropping Swiss in a 1 versus 2 with a couple of 5.7s, or actually a 5.7 at Deagle. So he has the weapon advantage. The problem is they have the numbers advantage, and with a player so close from long arrow. Oh, he already did the damage. 31 points of health. That's going to be all the lurks needed. The first frag coming out. Could he actually make this a quad? A 1 versus 1, and it's going to be the victory for the side of Apogee. It comes close, but not close enough. Oh, boy. Even a round like that gets thrown away. That has to hurt. So many great attempts, but the problem is if you don't win, you just don't win. Doesn't matter how cool it looked. What a chance to win a round there. Both of the players going for... Actually, their initial play was okay. They did the damage towards the player behind a pillar. The problem is they didn't hit a shot after that. That's going to be the smoke to cover up middle. Molotov used for red. Hype will be the one to tack down Polo. Prism gets 1 kill in between us. That's going to be Freeze with a nice hold on the middle. Silence of this round. Seeping into the server at this point. That's going to be Prism to try to find himself out of here. Hype actually finds a very good shot on the Virtuoso around now. That's going to be the 3rd kill of the round. Finally, we're seeing a little bit more impact out of the op. And Swiss, the clutcher from the last round, who has 20 and 3 at the moment. That's insane. Finally, finding his 4th death. He has a KD of 5 at the moment. A bit earlier, 6 point something. I need you guys to actually think about that fact. It's one of the highest KDs that I've seen in a while in this game. After our first half. 20 kills, 4 deaths. 5 KD. He's just absolutely farming these players at this point. That's tough. Winning the pistols, good give. Alternate attacks just a bit of a chance. The problem is there's still so many rounds for them to try to pick apart. It is doable. What's been done to them can be done to, well, the doer. But it's easier said than done. There's so much work needed to put into this map for them to actually win this, to bring this to an Anubis. To make it a 2-0 if they want to keep that dream alive. Meanwhile, we do have Vertigo. We're going to get map trades here. Our only USP shot ready to push in. And it's going to be burning both of the players from that angle, but it takes them a little bit too while. Why don't they actually get the kill here? And it seems like A side is going to be open. Glocko gets spotted here. It's not going to go for the flick shot, but seeming to be rotating just a bit farther away from that ruin. Players finally stepping in towards the site they need to find these frags. It's got to be the dually to early work to find one here at least. That's going to be Glocko with the second one behind the box. And they actually have the site control now. With one of the players lurking behind, I think this round is going to be locked in. A very hard one to find. Glocko from both of the angles, and finally it's going to be aTTaX to shut him down, and the pistol round goes for alternate attacks. The round that they needed. A round that they definitely needed. And they do get it. Off we go for more. So, earlier on, these rounds did get a little bit questionable. Nice shot coming out of Virtuoso. Tries to go for more perks. Did get the trade onto one of the other teammates here. And that is going to be perks and freeze to open up the B side. Swiss and Polo comes up with quick deagle shots. Brings it back to 2 versus 2. Now this is getting a little bit interesting at this point. Freeze on the other side of the map trying to get that bomb down. This is just going to be a fake from them. And Apollo, he knows the only thing he needs is that one shot to just confirm that this is going to be a B-side play. They did the damage on the freeze, and he's left in a 1 versus 2. Knowing that they know the bomb will be going down. And after a win like that on the pistol, for them to actually go down like this, the Deagles will be victorious. Alternate attacks. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, is that a way to lose a round. If you were a fan, that is nightmare fuel right there. Das ist good. Losing a round like that is just horrible. Knowing that you had the chance for a comeback there. Just to start to chain a couple of rounds, to be honest. It could have been the 5th round for them. 9 for Apogee without a bye. And to think about the fact you could have chained a couple of rounds here and there. The only thing you need is just a couple of good weapon rounds. And suddenly you're either very close to or even at a tie situation. But now it's a very different story. Now they really have an uphill struggle. They still have 3 rounds to play for, at least, whatever happens. Spray is good for 1. It's a little bit sloppy there at the start, but Swiss gets the information the bomb will be planted. That's some extra cash for the next round. Alternate attacks picking up no, finally they picked up the weapon. Yeah, there it is. That's going to be the Galil dropped for hyped. And this isn't actually that bad. They could fight for this round now, but if they lose it, the problem is they're not going to have any money for the next one. 2,400 is the loss bonus, and just a bit more from that bomb. It's not going to be enough for a buy. Prism locks down freeze on that swing. That's going to be the first player. At the start, the second one coming up for Prism as well. Polo drops 1. That's Virtuoso with the last one, and the bomb will be defused. Nobody's here to stop it. And as quickly as they find hope, that's how it gets ripped away. What a start to go down in that way. thinking about the fact that we almost saw a bit of potential there. We were hoping for it. Now it seems like it's just going to be a A-side attempt without the bomb really being planted yet. They did drop one of the players. Maybe that was the bomb. Finally, the bomb going down, and the question is, how does Apogee want to play this with a couple of players very low on HP? They might not actually have the information of the low players, but they're about to figure it out with a couple of bullets to the body, and it's going to be enough. Swiss comes out with a double here. Alzek drops down Glocko. That's going to be the low player's job. A nice shot coming out of Virtuoso with the last player inside the ruins, and this is just going to be almost impossible. Quick trade after Hype's kill. The bomb will be defused. 12 on a board. Apogee is looking to absolutely dominate their map pick. That's tough. A Doke boy. A very, very toke boy. And we are continuing for more freeze. Starts off the round with a kill onto Polo. And that's going to be the second kill for freeze. At least we're seeing something at the moment. The problem is Closu. He's just showing us an art form at the moment. Just getting a couple of kills there. Prism is going to be the one to go down. Quick push towards the B side. Now ready for Hype to be inside of it. And we might actually be seeing another round from alternate attacks. Maybe trying to spread this game just a bit longer. The Poles looking into and fighting for this one. Just a bit of damage taken. But it's a beautiful, good timing on that Hyped peak. Nothing crazy. And that's the round one for alternate attacks. At least they're going to be making this a 5. But still a long way to go. Looking at the money at the moment, it's not perfect. There's still something you can actually do with it. We have seen crazy rounds from them already. Already a Deagle round coming into a win. So why not with an OP3 M4s and an MP9? If they get shut down now, this could be alternate attacks coming out with a couple of rounds here and there, but that's an if. Nice catch from the lane. Early kill for Ozzik. That's going to be Perks with 1 on the Swiss. And now we're starting to see a little bit of a gameplay here. This is exactly what we're talking about. Only if they had a couple of more CT side of rounds, this could have been a very different story. You can always hope. Nice catch from Freeze to drop 1. And this is just Apogee testing the waters on what kind of a form alternate attacks is. Basically already having this map underneath their belts. Might be just setting up a little bit of a future for that Anubis. Virtuoso trying to save that up with his teammates. So M4 and an up for our next round. Looking at the loss bonus with a couple of rounds lost here. I don't think they have enough money for a great buy. One of the players being catched. Now it's definitely not going to be one. Nice execution. Second kill coming in for Virtuoso. Dropping a couple of players here. Could it be in the plans to actually drop a off for them? The third kill. Are we gonna get a Fiflar and Ace? Terrorists win. 15-9 on the board. He's actually looking to be a little bit more impactful here at the start. And off we go. Virtuoso looking to shut this one down. Freeze to improve from. And will be dropped at the start. Just the USPs. Gloku with that one PG-50. If the upper gets dynamic here, this could be actually interesting. At the moment, Gloku will be dropped. Maybe they lose that little potential they had. Losing a couple of players. Virtuoso really needs to find some insane frags to actually make this round work. He's got to find one through the smoke. Okay. Hyped. Drops down Polo in between, but this is still an attempt. The op coming into play, it's been spotted from short. Finally, Arrow shuts it down. So, for a second there, I did believe. But not anymore. Short push, it's going to be Prism. Oh, that's a very slow reaction time coming out of Arrow. And Perks shuts it down. 7th round on a board. I'm not going to start talking about a comeback. It's very early for that still. The issue is every time we get close, it's literally just a round that needs to be fumbled and it's done. But they are getting more rounds on the T side than on the CT side, so I guess that's something. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. This is exactly what I was talking about, though. The only thing they needed was a couple more rounds on the CT side, and this could have been a very different game. Something that they were looking for. A slow play here. This is the start that they're looking for. And that's the first frag coming out of Ozek. Makes it happen. The second one for him. An okay start here. 8th round on the board. We're 4 rounds away. Are we actually talking about a comeback here now? I am not sure. If Gloku can't save this weapon for the next round, that could be a bit of a problem. AK will be picked up. Tries to spray the players from Cave, and he will be dropped. Looking at the money at the moment. They're actually starting to equip a hell of a loss bonus here. So 3,400. They can go for some kind of a buy. And it's actually kind of crazy to think about the fact that the best looking round that they had was with pistols. Not with rifles. Are we actually going to be seeing this? So, for alternate attacks to bring this back into a win, that's a great nade at the start at least. Hyped. With Arrow, both of the players drop very low. Or head-shotable with the pistols that they have. That's a good flash. Hyped drop down even low. That is going to be him in a very awkward spot. Gets the first kill. That's going to be Freeze with the second one. Polo finds one. Okay, this is getting a little bit interesting now, but Freeze does control it from the lane. That's a little bit damage done towards Prism finally being taken down too. And so it's left in a 1 versus 3 with the bomb. Well, it's going through that B side, but he's locked at the moment from it, so... Like I said, for him to win it, he's going to need some absolute powers of the god. And to save the armor for the next one is going to be all he can do. 6.66 KD dropped to 2.6, which is still actually ridiculous. Swiss is having a hell of a game still. But the side of Apogee has frozen off a little bit. Are we actually going to be seeing an overtime? Is this possible straight at the start here? Today? This is going to be a ridiculous belt if we're actually going to see it. Nice catch at the start. Virtuoso drops hyped. That's a lot of damage done from the start. Freeze almost being dropped as well. And is this going to be the round? Great push coming out through the smoke. That's going to be Glock with a kill as well on to Ozek. And I have a feeling that we're not going to see an overtime anymore. So it's 2 versus 5. This is going to be a ridiculous comeback if they can actually do it. Nice catch coming out of Prism. And just looking at the round at the moment. This is exactly what I was talking about. It can look reliable at the start, but the problem is it's just a simple mistake. This time around, they just ate the utility at the start. And it seems like we're done. 13-9 will all be the only thing they get. And yeah, in a way, it was kind of interesting that they finally started to seep back in, but I didn't really feel any pressure from the side of Apogee there. It was just one of those games where, yeah, they're getting a little bit close, but we're not panicking. We're not panicking. So we're going to be hopping into Anubis, which is going to be the second. Yep, that happened. So yeah, we're going to be hopping into Anubis, which is going to be the second map. Let's see how they can actually pan over there, which is a map that both of the teams know how to play in a way. They have a lot of maps being played from it. So I'm not entirely sure what to expect. Let's see. Let's take a little break, hop back in when we're ready, and let's get that Red Bull. BRB. So, welcome back to the stream. I had to take a little bit of a bathroom break there. Sorry, boys. Worst possible timing ever, but we're live. We're live. Back into the game. And yeah, we're hopping into a round that's been already given away. So, seems like the pistol round didn't really go Apogee's way, but it's going to be a buy coming out of alternate attacks. And this seems to be a redemption time in a way. Is it possible for alternate attacks to bring this to a 1-to-1 on a map pool, or Apogee is going to be a second map for them? I did kind of bring the possibility for this to be a tight map. Apogee has played Anubis a lot. They don't have the best percentage on it. Neither does alternate attacks, but it's a little bit better of a map for them. But just looking what happened on Ancient, it was a very one-sided show since the start, but at the end portion of it, they did bring a couple of rounds to a win. And the question is, can they keep it up? That's a nice triple for Freeze. Wiz comes out with 1 with that clock, but it's going to be Perks to shut it down with a double at the end of the round. And this is going to be one of the best looking starts in a while for the side of alternate attacks. The T side actually started off well. The problem is they lost the second round for Deagles. After that, it got very interesting as they start to duel for those rounds. But at the end of the day, a map win is a map win. And that's exactly what they're looking to do here again. Only a couple of shots will be fired there. And this is still a very good early start. Nobody's really taking any damage. Just a little bit on Virtuoso. A couple of points. 5 to be exact. Perks looking around to reset his spot here. Not really thinking where he's going to land. That's going to be the molly for the pillar, but even a better molly for the cross. But they're just going to go for the quick close pillar play. That's going to be the first kill for Polo. Finally, trade coming in for Freeze to bring it to a 4 versus 4. This will be the players. He's actually finds one more kill through the smoke. That's going to be... Oh, the bullets ran out. He almost got that free kill. The problem is it's a little bit sloppy with the spray. Behind a cake, another spray coming out from that MP9 to win out the duel. Virtuoso drops 2. That's going to be Offsec left in a 1 versus 1. He has no idea where this play is coming from. And Switch clutches it with a 17-pointer. That's the first round for Apogee. And if they keep this up, this might be the start they're looking for themselves to make this a 2. Not a bad start at all. Some would say a very good counter. But this is still early rounds from both of the teams. Nothing's been set in stone yet. There's a lot of work they can actually go for here. Not really seeing that crazy of a match at the moment. This is just those opening duels here and there. Trying to go for whatever information they can. The touches so far. This is going to be a 4 spot from the side of alternate attacks. Freeze was playing with his life there. Mac 10 from that close range. Devastating weapon. Finally a push coming out. Swiss will be finding the first kill out of those pushes. It's going to be Freeze with only 1. A smoke towards the window. And a couple of shots coming in from the camera room. Look, that's a lot of control from middle. You can actually stack up what kind of a hole he wants to go for. Anime gun in his hand. Of course. You have to have the Ubu. Without the Ubu, there's no game. Slow, typical start, but this is just going to be a save from the rest of the players. And it seems like alternate attacks, understanding that this round is not going to work out for them, they will be giving it away. Another round on the board for Apogee. And they will be enjoying it. With another one on the board. Not a tough drug to swallow there. Uwu is uwu. That's a funny word. Hey, don't uwu me. Alright, we're hopping back into a round here. Early nades to open up the smokes. The save weapons. Hyped. Uses them for that first entry kill onto Polo. That's a very good way to starting off the round. And the Mac-10 will be funding the trade. That's going to be switched with a quick trade on the perks. Everybody else goes down except initial perpetrator. But that's going to be hyped with the second kill at least. And does a little bit damage to the Prism, actually playing with his life. But finally the Mac-10 steps in, gets that frag. And that will be, well, basically the round at the moment. And unless, I think that is Ozzy close towards the side at the moment. If he goes for something insane here, anything is possible. The issue is there's so much for him to do. And I think this is just going to be the third round in a row for the side of Apogee. Losing a couple, taking 3. A very nice way of replying into the start of this game. So, we're still continuing. More to be given, more to be seen. Apogee. And this was exactly what I was talking about when I said that there's a little bit of a chance here for this to be a 2-0. And we're still, of course, talking about the early rounds, so this is definitely doable for both of the teams. We just need to see a bit more to actually make some decisions. What could be the way? What could be the play? Still not a full buy coming out of alternate attacks. This is the problem. Is the CT economy is just so brittle in this game. You can barely ever go for a full buy in this game. That's gonna be freeze with a kill on the Gloku. I have to at least find something at the start. Nades will be used both sides. That's going to be a lot of utility used on that B main. A beautiful frag coming out of Polo. Just wings in. But it's going to be a trade coming out of Ozek. They have the pillar control. Nobody's actually still getting that second kill. Finally, it's coming out. But it seems like this buy is doing a little bit more than it's supposed to. Hyped. Comes out with another kill. And Freeze shuts it down. There's so many weapons on the side. They can actually stack up everything here. And just scale back the economy. Oh, the CTs, they're going to love this round. Apogee. Maybe getting a little bit too overwhelmed there. That was the potential for them to actually win 4 in a row. And not just that. Really make this interesting. And here we go. Full buy from both of the teams. The great thing about winning 3 rounds in a row with a couple of weapons is that you are going to be saving enough money to go for another one. You just have to be a little bit careful there. Nice catches coming out. And the bomb will be planted yet again. A couple of entries. And Apogee already a step ahead of the enemy team. Here we go. Kaboom goes the bomb. Alternate attacks. Enjoying the light of the other day. That works out well. Early shots coming out of that off, not really finding the target. Not really finding it a shot there yet. We have actually heard a couple of times the AVP singing around. Drop me up, biljett. And the push towards the B side yet again. This time around, no good flashes. It's going to be a double for the side of aTTaX. Easy kills for him. Prism is actually even low in HP, but that's funnel the trade coming out. And they come up with a couple of their own, but it's going to be Arrow, the fun one to keep the man advantage. Good flash for the other side of that pillar. And he's going to go for that quick shot while running. Prism just holding the longest angle. If he actually goes for the frag here, this could be an amazing kill for him. But the problem is there's a player towards Temple. They can actually go for the quick rotation here. Freeze catches him on that corner of that smoke. And it's a 1 versus 3. Even through the smoke, Freeze finds Virtuoso. That's 4 on the table. These rounds seems to be just trading sides every single round. So let's see how long they can actually keep this up. Some very good entries there. Issue is... and defending kills too. They couldn't quite swing it, but it's a good round for the side of alternate aTTaX. Actually starting to win enough CT rounds here. As long as they can actually keep this up. If they have a T side, still to be talked about. This could be them showing us a little bit more class here. Glocko does find 1 kill through the smoke. Which is not going to be preferable for the side of the CTs losing a player that early. Especially looking at, they're still actually looking just for spots here to push into. And just a slow style here from the start. Now the question is, for Apogee, what do they actually want to do with a round like this? They have the man advantage. It seems like they have the spots in this map too. The bomb is getting a little bit closer towards the A main. But it's not been locked into anything. They can go for a quick rotation here. Especially if they, for example, entry a player towards the B apps. B side, sorry. Virtuoso even finds a second kill. That's a 2-man advantage already. Now, this could be the perfect timing for them. To go for whatever setup they feel comfortable. It's just going to be those trades needed. Great kill coming out of Prism. That's 3 kills without being contested. Barely any damage even done towards the enemy team. Alternate aTTaX. Finding a good couple of rounds here at the start, but starting to find a little bit of a wall. The walls are getting tight. Arrow finally gets the lurker, but that should be the song for them to understand that the bomb is not even close to the site, but it's being planted. So, a retake opportunity is going to be slim. And to try to save those weapons for the next round is going to be all they have. The best decision they can go for. Navi will win against FaZe. They already did. Outrageous _2. Are you using Internet Explorer? What? Yeah, they played against G2 lost yesterday. The finals. Sorry, G2 won yesterday. It's gonna be the finals for Navi versus G2. Yeah, they won FaZe yesterday. The game is over. Yeah, how did you know? Yeah, just looking at the chat. You know, it is what it is. G2 all day. Oh God, Slug Life, you're gonna get a reminder today. G2 didn't lose. Yeah, I just said that Navi will be playing G2 on the finals. I just literally said it. So let's see what's about to happen. It's gonna be, I think this is going to be the 8th or 9th time that they're gonna go against each other. And Navi has literally won every single time. But meanwhile, in our game, that's going to be a trade in for middle. A man advantage for the side of aTTaX coming out with the first kill to start the round. And this will be the M4s just swinging in. Hypes with a... I think that was aTTaX to get one of those frags as well. Leaves Swiss in a 1 versus 2, having a great map from the start. Now the question is, can he continue here on Anubis? 9-5 already on the board. Looking very good. Almost with a 2 KD here again. Just carrying the enemy team. And Arrow will be using a great smoke. This will be forcing Switch to go for the peak. Now the question is, aTTaX, they just have to focus on a player on the right side. That's going to be the smoke on top of the bomb. I think it's going to be Retux. Yeah, this is going definitely for the side of aTTaX. Easy play for them, and it's done. Another round for them, and it seems like we're still trading these rounds left and right. 5 on a board for both of the teams, and the question is, who can take the last 2? Or are we gonna get a split in between? Off we go for more. Here we are. A little bit of a silent start, but we're getting a bit of something. Nice catch coming out of Perks to drop the first player in line there. And after that, Silence takes out the server. Op shot really not hitting anything. It's just going to be switched to drop down as the first player here. Another attempt with the op. Hype's just making noise. Knowing that there are some players getting a little bit closer from middle. Nice catch coming inside that smoke. It's going to be Perks with a beautiful kill on the Polo at least. And Prism finally gets 1. Now the question is, can they continue? That's going to be the straight way to actually bring it to a 3 versus 3. The worst timing for Hype to actually go for that push. Oh, he misses the both attempts there. That's going to be the bomb down without any side control. aTTaX, how are they giving this round away? That's a bit of a tough spot to be in, but it's still doable. The retake is coming in right now. Hypes with a beautiful shot on to Glock, who just drops him down. And the head angle will not be working out for him, but this is going to be Virtuoso left with barely any damage, any HP, and it's going to be done. aTTaX rushes towards the side, takes care of the player, and another retake coming in for aTTaX. They're actually starting to look pretty decent here. Are we actually going to be seeing a 3-map series right now? With the start that we had, it was a little bit grim. But I do like to believe that anything is possible underneath the sun. And off we go for more. So many rounds to be still played for, but we're actually seeing a couple of good attempts here. A very good retakes coming in, so this is starting to be a little bit of a match now. Not that one-sided. That M4 is just going to be shutting them down the middle. This is some kind of a force spot that they went to, and it's an absolute demolishment coming in from the side of alternate attacks. They take care of it easily, too. That will be 7 on the board for them. Apogee left with a bit of a question mark here. They did lose some couple of good rounds that they could have won there, which brings them into a spot where they could have actually contested this map very strongly. At the moment, finding themselves on the back foot here. Understanding that the momentum is starting to change for an enemy team, and they're starting to look pretty good with it. Getting very hypey gameplay at the moment. Let's see if they can keep it up now. Arguments, arguments, and arguments. Everybody likes to argue. Nice catch coming out of Prism. Triple to start it off with. Okay. If Apogee were thinking about a round, this is the best way to actually start it off with. Is he gonna get the full ace? No, Prism takes the last kill. It's going to be Polo to take one in between, but a 4-man shutdown from that B-side play works out for him. Big time. Not a bad round for him at all. Now for the rest of the players to start wondering, this could have been a pistol round for us. I was going to lean a little bit more towards the side of Apogee to actually start to spring those rounds back. And the question is if they have a CT side. This could get very interesting very quickly. Looking at some of the utility being used here. Meanwhile, from the side of alternate attacks, Tech 9's on the board with a couple of sets of... Actually, a couple of sets of head armor and armor. The rest of the players just rocking the body armor, nothing else. So, a FAMAS shot to the face is going to be enough. Le FAMAS. Some good starting kills coming out of Galaku. There's no replies to it, but finally through the smoke, they actually found a very naughty kill. It's going to be Ozek to laser Prism throughout it. And the Tech 9 is trained into every single corner. They get the side control. This is a very good spot to be at if you're alternate attacks. The bomb will be planted behind a cake. I think that was actually underneath Tuk Tuk. And that is going to be Gloku to take out the kills. And this is just an absolute shutdown. I do understand that they tried to go for the fact that, okay, we have the pistols. They're going to be retaking the side. Let's take the fight for them. The problem is that Apogee, they were just ready for it. Every single weapon trained into those corners. It was just a blender of a round. Welcome to the smoothie. 7-7, a tie on a board. And Apogee, they're looking in to fight for a 2-0 here. With a great start, too. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's getting interesting. Yeah, wonderful flick from yesterday's game. That was brain breaking. It's actually amazing to see high tier plays like that, especially coming out from him. It's crazy how Navi has gotten so good with the lineup that they have. And I love how there's still people saying that, oh, LXCB is not an in-game leader. He's not a good in-game leader. He just has amazing players. Like, brother. I'm not sure how many tournaments do they have to win for people to finally understand that, yeah, there might be something there. He just has star players. Yeah, EM was a star player when he joined the team. Let's catch at the start. Good pick. Quick trades coming out at the same time, too. That's going to be Polo with a quick reply. Virtuoso finds one on the other side of the map. Polo shuts it down with the last kill. And it seems like these rounds are starting to get very quick. as we're waiting for round number 16 to start. A quick question from the chat. I did come into an argument with somebody yesterday. Who's, in your opinion, there's no right answers, but of course I'm gonna criticize you if you say something dumb. Who's the best in-game leader in your opinion at the moment? I want to get a little bit of a temperature check from the chat to see what names are going to be popping up. And please don't say snacks. It's not even a funny joke at the moment. Susie, Alexi, Apex, Didi, Alexi, Hooksy, Snacks, Hooksy. From all the fucking names you have come up with, Hooksy is the one you're gonna go with. The player that got dropped from G2 and nobody's thinking about him. Okay. Alex. I'm actually a little bit interested how people think that it's going to be Apex, but okay, that's okay. And a very good round for the side alternate attacks. Looking at the weaponry that they have, they're gonna get that bomb down, but the retake is about to step in about a second. Let's see how they're gonna do this. Perks actually gets one more. And Perks actually is gonna bring it back with a 4K. Wait a minute. Okay. We're seeing a little bit more power out of alternate attacks at the moment. He brought it back to a 8 to 8, sorry. And not a bad round at all. Here we go. More to be seen. We're seeing a little bit more life force out of alternate attacks. Of course, after losing a round like that, a buy will still be seen. A nice catch out of the B main. And this will be a great early kill. Alternate attacks not actually finding a quick trade there. There was an opportunity for it. And a nice catch from middle. A little bit of an interesting attempt there from Freeze to try to go for a little bit more information. He literally just gives the man advantage away. And off we go. Retake attempts will be wimbling down. And that's going to be round number 9 for AA. Not bad at all. Really stepping into this one. And now the question is if they can actually keep this up. This is going to be tough. Boom goes the bomb. Apogee with some very good starting rounds here are actually going to be giving away. And let's see if the Poles can actually convert this. There's still a lot to be played. but it's going to be a little bit of a slap in the face. One Galil taking out a round by itself. And Prism will be finding the first kill on this round. And Alvsek finds the trade on the Swiss after dropping his teammate. Oh, that Molotov, using a little bit of equipment at the wrong timing. And that's going to be hyped with the nade onto Virtuoso. Prism with Polo getting into that site, but this is just going to be a bamboozle of a round. The bomb is actually heading towards the B side. And it seems like hyped will be reading this as just a B-side push. Nobody else is needed. Apogee. Maybe sticking a little bit too much with the timing. Oh my god, Prism actually has the timing to stab Hyped in the back, but the problem is, Hyped is just a little bit more aware of it. And this is another round for the... Wait a minute, it actually... Whoa, thank god. At least they saved that round. We're still heading in for more. 10 on the board for the Sada alternate attacks. It's going to be converted with 3 rounds into a 10-round series at this point. So double digits will be hit by the Germans first. And even people in the chat calling out for a choke at this point. Is it going to happen? A nice catch coming in from the cross Polo. Drops one of the players, but it's going to be a double entry towards the side. Perks with freeze. Drop 2 of the respectable players. The problem is that B side is always a bit of a problem for most of the teams here. Perks, very close in line. He hears the steps. This could be him just dropping one of the players straight out without getting converted. What a catch coming in from Swids. Gets stacked down a little bit. And a 3 versus 3 will be set on. Freeze inside the smokes. That's going to be Virtuoso. Heading in towards the retake. Virtuoso finds the first frag. Freeze drops down on the floor. Switch is going to be running away. They know there's no time. Even with the 3-man play, they're closing into the side. It takes so long for them to actually go for the retake. They had the time. And now it's starting to look like a little bit of a fumble. A round that was definitely doable for Apogee. They came up with so many great plays at the start. And it just took way too long for them to get on top of the site. Alternate attacks, 11 on the board. That was a little bit of a gift at the end. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Is AA favorite to win the map, right? I'm not going to say if they're favorite or not. They really have to fight for it. It is their pick, and it's starting to look a little bit better. But there are a couple of mistakes that Apogee are doing from the leading point. And here we go. More on the board. This is actually starting to get a little bit tight here. It was starting to look like a little bit of a walkover of a map on both sides. And the push from Canals not working out for nothing else than more and 2 lost players. Hyped with Offset coming up with respectable kills here. Virtuoso left in 1 versus 4. And Virtuoso will be spotted. They try to go for the kill, but... I don't want to be... I'm just going to drop this right now. Okay, XLJ, I've actually casted fucking IEM tournaments in Finnish. I've watched every single one of them. What the fuck are you talking about? So yeah. There's nothing that's happened on those tournaments that I don't know about. So, you know. When you want to have an argument with somebody, make sure that you know who they are. Great flash at the start. Alternate attacks. I'm round away from actually dropping this into map win. And we might actually be hopping into Vertigo. Vertigo is going to be one of those situations where it could go for anybody. Prism catches the first kill. The nade at the start, not really hitting the smoke that it was looking for. And nades will be shown. A 1-to-1 trade at the start. Prism will be getting away, but this is just Freeze. Going for a ridiculous play here. Directly after the enemy, spotting both of them, but the kills are landing towards the side of Apogee. This could be a double for Freeze if he's not careful, but with the turnaround, the information will be given away. 2 versus 2, with B side control on the way of alternate attacks. And this is starting to look a lot better in a way. Glock with Polo on the retake. Great catch coming out of Hyped. Having a couple of problems on Ancient, not really getting the impact out of that up a funnel. We're seeing some very good shots from him. And this is smelling like Vertigo. Getting closer to the point. And yeah, I don't think that victory lag will be ever fixed. I don't know why we have it. Maybe it's a server setup. But yeah, hopefully it gets fixed. But yeah, it is what it is. So that is going to be a 1-to-1 on the maps at the moment. We're going to be hopping into Vertigo. I was checking out the stats out of Vertigo, what was happening over here between the two players. They haven't really played against each other that much. A couple of times, 2 series. The last time alternate attacks went against, it was actually a different name, Brabluski Luz or something like that, and Illuminar's core roster. And it was a 2-0 victory at the start, then it was a 2-1, so a similar story that we're having here. But as we're going to be hopping into Vertigo, Vertigo is at 56% for the side of Apogee and 55% for the side of alternate attacks, with 11 maps being played for the Germans and 9 for the Polands. 9, think about that. So it's a very 50-50 map. This is going to be one of those games where I don't think the stats are going to tell us the full story. Momentum is going to be the key. So let's take a little bit of a break, hop back where we're ready, and check out what's going to be happening on the 51st floor. And by the way, I was muted. So, finally, hopefully now the microphone works. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you guys are having a good time. Welcome back to Vertigo. We are going to be hopping into the highest map on the pool. And actually, we're not... I think we did play this yesterday. And this is just going to be the nice to make sure that they're going to get onto the site that they want. A couple of good kills there at the start. And it seems like... I think it was one of the teams winning. Maybe. So, the winners get to choose their sides. And this will be Vertigo to be the decider. To check out if we're going to get a straight map win. Or what is going to be happening. Are we going to get an overtime? Is it just going to be a ramble? I don't know. From the percentage that we were looking and checking out, looking at both of the teams on their own respectable map picks, they were kind of balanced in a way that, for example, Ancient started off with a blast. It started to come into that comeback situation. It didn't happen. Hopping into Anubis for a little while, it looked like Apogee. They did have a tight grip on that map, put a couple of mistakes here and there, and a one very good... clutch coming out. I think it was Hypes. I'm not entirely sure who it was at this point, but that Galil play from A side to clutch it out. Quad kill to make it happen. Brings it to a Vertigo. Another question is, for who does the momentum play now? Not entirely sure, but hopefully we're about to see some insane grabs at this point. Here we go. Virtuoso finds the first kill into Ozek. It's going to be an early start for them. A couple of Glock shots coming out. Not really finding the target. Finally, Switch comes out with a couple of good kills out of that dually. So, the Beretta's looking good on the server. Or Arrow actually finds the kill into Virtuoso to open up back this up. The problem is he's not going to get the bomb down. Local drops him. And this will be a fresh round for them. There we go. Let's accept some chatter. So, early round for the side of poles. Starting this with a whiff. And the question is, can they keep it up? To probably make it a good luck. This will be the buy coming up, and just Glocks this time around. Alternate attacks, they're not gonna go for any crazy buys here. Trying to opt in for as many gun rounds as they can, knowing that it might work. Especially looking at the previous rounds. They did do some good work with the weapons that they had. So you want to maximize that. Ooh, that's a good nade at the start. There's a lot of damage there. And Prism with Virtuoso. Swiss. They will be holding down the lines, not losing a player for a round like this. And this will be amazing for their economy. Saving every single weapon. And this is where the true test comes in. Losing a couple of players at the start, not going to be the worst thing ever. If you win the round, you can actually step back into it. But this is a very good turning point for the side of alternate attacks. They win this round. It's going to leave them with a very shaky economy. And from there on out, they can actually go for a lot of plays. So we're about to see it right now. Early Molotov to push out the short player. And this is Prism just playing it from the crane. Nice nade for the ramp. Nobody's there to receive it though. To double nades. Okay. It seems like they have a couple of utility setups here. Understanding how they might want to play that ramp portion, but this time around none of the players are going to take any damage from it, so a little bit of a reset situation there. They're okay. Enough money and time to play around with. Nice catch at the start. That's going to be Hypes with Ozek already lurking into the site, getting a couple of nice frags there. And this is just a straight call up for a save for Apogee. They know. Trying to retake that site is going to be nearly impossible. Looking at their money at the moment, they can't really lose any more weapons. They can still go for a buy now. But they have to really adjust how they want to play that B side. That can't happen again. Some good plays coming out of the side of alternate attacks. Doing some very good work there. You just want to keep it up. This is exactly what the T's are looking for when converting these rounds. And kaboom goes the bomb. Here we are. Yar-ar. Most of the weaponry finding its hole. I'm looking at the buy for a round like this, losing that many weapons, it's just going to look horrible for the team. And this is basically them without anything except that MP9 from Prism. It will be used. They're still actually playing a very slow style here, which is nice to see. Just making sure that they're not going to go for those crazy plays. We actually did see a ridiculous deagle round before already. So, you really want to avoid that to happen again. And alternate attacks have no issues playing a slow round here. Couple of shots out of that AK just to make some noise. But the real push will be advancing in about a second. Will be used there as well. That's gotta be the catch coming out of Freeze. That's a nice frag. Only to start it off. Second to none, actually. It's gotta be Virtuoso to win the duel right there. And the flash will be used on top of the head box. The bomb will be planted. And it's a 4 versus 4, especially. We are going to be seeing a retake. It's not going to be the craziest one, especially looking a couple of players missing armor at the moment. That M4 could be amazing for the next round, but the problem is you do want to try... You might want to try to drop as many weapons as you can. Try to keep that economy in control from the T side. Every single win is a lot of money for them. Especially with the weapons being safe, that's just going to be amazing. Hype drops the likes out of Virtuoso. That's going to be the rest of the players challenging short. And we're actually holding on to these players towards the side very well. And kaboom goes the bomb. I don't think anybody's going to go down with the bomb. Oh, Hyped had just enough HP to be dropped by it. And that's an okay round for the side of Apogee. Meanwhile, for alternate attacks, they get around... Save through weapons. You can't really wish for more with the chaos that they just went through. Now let's see. What kind of a... Did they learn something? Some early smokes being used here. And that's Freeze coming out with the first kill. Glocku gets the quick trade. That's Arrow to come out with the second one. And a double entry. A couple of the players losing their lives so quickly at the start. Ooh, that's not good. It's getting a little bit close here in a way. Some of these fights are really working for the side of the Germans. And we were talking about this. They just want to continue this role at the moment. As much as they can, the better. Meanwhile, for the side of Apogee, they're starting to get into that spot where they really need to start to figure something out. And to find something that works, they're kind of... It seems like they're just splitting the sites. A player in middle, 1B, 1A. And hoping for that ridiculous individual performance. Already Arrow pushing a little bit closer towards the side. The only thing he needs to find is this one frag, and that's going to be it. A lot of damage done already. We're catching one of the players. You see the rotation coming in. Apogee. Do they actually want to go for this one? That's going to be the nade. Look at the damage done towards Arrow and Perks. They're barely alive at this moment. Just a single spray is going to be enough for a frag. And this is where you really want to reel it in. The bomb will be planted. And it seems like Apogee, they're still thinking about it. So a new smoke. A fresh one. Deflects the side hold. Behind those boxes, a couple of attempts coming in. It's going to be Prism just to make sure that the catwalk is open. And finally, they are going to be calling it off. They do get one kill on the Perks. And this is still doable. 20 seconds left on the clock. They're getting closer. They're advancing towards the side. And from the corner, it's going to be Hype with a quick shot. The problem is there's so much hesitation from the side of Apogee on these retakes. That's where all the ghost hits up. Caster, I know you're supporting Navi today, but who do you think will win today? I think Navi 3-1. Yeah, I do think. The problem is we've seen Navi versus G2 basically in every map already. In almost every single condition. And none of those conditions looks good for G2, so... And I have to say, Navi per tournament, they're just getting stronger and stronger. Of course, there's a little bit of a chance for G2 to win, but it really needs Nico, Monesi, Hunter, Mauld, everybody to just go full bonus out today. And Snacks can have a series where he has like 3 kills or something like that, so... It's gonna be a rough one. But yeah, I do think it's going to be a good match. Every single time you see Monesi in the server, something happens with Nico. The question is, do they finally have a reinforced table for Nico? And maybe some bandages. Great catch at the start. It's going to be the 5-7 to come out with the first kill. Prism steps in with one more. And it seems like the bomb disoriented at the moment. Not really know what to do. Virtuoso finds the kill on the perks. And that's Arrow. Mauling down the backside of Generator. To go for the side here. Wait a minute. Players already stacking here. Snacks on Mirage is good. Snacks on every other map is poo-poo. Yeah. It is what it is. And here we go. Getting a little bit closer. Arrow. Scaling the right side of the Generator. A Molotov for the window. This is going to be him catching one of the players on the cross. They needed to react to that one. But Swiss, with a little bit of off timing, comes out with the kill. And oh, this is hype. Left in a 1 versus 4. He needs to go ballistic with the op right now, right here. And it's not going to happen. Virtuoso shuts him down. No bomb plant. Apogee win an incredible round. And a great start, too. Finally. Alternate attacks. Chaining a couple of rounds there. And an important one to bring it back home. Booyah. A lot of utility, a lot of weaponry being brought in from the last run. Even the op, they're going to go for the double op setup. Only one M4. Will be coming into this one. Not a bad spot to be at all. Let's see if they can actually keep it up now. Molotov's being used with most of the utility. Arrow already losing his life. This is always a little bit of a show. Round gets very silent suddenly. Just looking at the placement from the T's. They're actually thinking about pushing towards that A side. Most of the players underneath the ramp here. Either to go for a fake or if they get those couple of kills at the start, that's going to be amazing for them to step in. Sting a long way to go, especially with that frag coming out of Swiss. Oh boy, is Prism ready for it. Swiss comes out with 2 at the end. Triple to shut it down on the ramp. And another clean round for them. And this is exactly what we're talking about, that this could be very turnable still. We're back into it. Eagle shot to make sure anybody from the cross is going to be caught off. That's 65 points of damage left. And after the absolute ballistics, every single utility, even just bullets whiffing by, they're going to be dropping a couple of players at the start. And that will be just one trade coming in from the side of alternate attacks. Hypes. To be honest, this is not the worst spot to be at. They can turn this around. But after that one, it's going to be a lot more harder. Prism gets the first shot. Controls the AK for the second one. That's already 3 on the board. Could he go for the 4-1? No. Quad is not going to happen. But Arrow signs his face with that deagle. Flipping around his knife. Like a cowboy. And a couple of good shots here. Could bring, especially with Swiss very low on HP, just the body shot is going to be enough. especially with the bomb. There is a player deeper towards the B pit here. He has to be a little bit careful of it, but if he catches one of these timings, that could be enough for that bomb plant. If he makes this a 1 versus 2, anything is doable. We haven't really seen a Deagle clutch in a while. That would be 5 kills for him. An ace to win this round. Now, a picked up M4. This is a lot for him. With 13 seconds left on the board, he definitely can go for the plant safely. He knows there might be somebody inside that B pit. Ready to go for the swing. He needs to win this first fight, but it's not going to happen. Polo plays it perfectly. With the bomb down, there's going to be some extra money for the side of alternate attacks. Apogee, oh, they're happy with it. 5 on the board, alternate attacks, 2 away from bringing it to a tie. But looking at some of these rounds, we have seen a couple of weapon rounds, and they've worked out great for the Poles. Now let's see if we can actually get some more fire into it from the side of the Germans. Kawabunga goes the clock. Here we are. Another round on the board just to make a statement here in a way. We are here to stay. Bombs is exploding everywhere. That's gonna be the first peek coming out from Ozek to try to find that timing. Virtuoso was a little bit off. Maybe opting in for utility just a little bit too early. A bit more space. Beautiful flash, but Prism doesn't use it for a kill. I think it was a little bit too flash there. It wasn't just a flinch. Fully blinded for a long time. Can't really go for that kill. Great peek, but Ozek is ready for it. Prism falls flat. Seemed like they were ready for that second portion of that play to come in. That's got to be the middle push coming in. Swiss gets 1, but it's going to be Loco who gets dropped. Before that, Virtuoso actually dropped the player with that op. And a 3 versus 2 with Virtuoso, very low on HP. Swiss finds 1 through the cracks. And Polo already behind one of the players towards the B side. And he might actually catch one of the best times. The problem is, he maybe busts his load just a bit too early. A push coming in from both of the ends. I'm not entirely sure where Aro is looking at because his teammate is pushing him from the pit. And he was actually thinking that there might be somebody inside that pit. Hyped will be dropped out of that off. Virtuoso with a double in this round. Double for Swiss and 1 for Polo. 6 on the board for Apogee. Still 3 to be played for. Get easy. Well, it's not GG yet. But we're getting into that spot where some of these rounds, you really need to win them. Or it gets very interesting. Beautiful shot at the start. That is just Virtuoso catching one of the first players. Of course, this is half by of a round at the moment. So the superiority, the superiority is supposed to fall for Apogee. I'm looking at how that round started. Really had that feeling at the moment. This cat's got a swish to drop 1-2. And the more they drop from that distance, the easier this round is definitely going to be. And Swiss is just going to be dropping basically everybody pushing from the ramp. That's a 4K for him. We haven't really seen an ace yet. A lot of 4Ks. Quad kills left and right. I'm always open for an ace. An ace a day keeps the doctor away. XD. More to be seen, more to be given. We are going to be hopping into round number 11. We're starting to end in about a second. There's not that much to be played for anymore. Great catch out of Polo at the start. Freeze gets us a quick trade there at least. There's no other CTs helping him out with most of the kills anymore. So a couple of more attempts that we're about to see in about a second. Glocko wins his fight. Respectable fight that's needed. Not bad at all. And again, the round gets very eerily silent. That's going to be Virtuoso with the kill. Switch catches one. And you wouldn't actually believe that they had some kind of a buy in this round, because this is just very one-sided at the moment. Great catch coming out of Hive. That's going to be the first kill of the round for him. And with 44 seconds, he needs to go for a quad kill. 4 kills to end this round. 3 on the table at the moment. Glocko is low, but with the op, it doesn't really matter. We're going to head for those body shots anyway. Just the silence at the moment of this round. 25 seconds left. I don't think he's going to go for this anymore. He doesn't. He does have the bomb. The problem is he's trying to find that first kill. Nobody's taking a peek here. And this means that he doesn't have the comfort... Oh, that's actually a nice flick. Yeah, he doesn't have the... wait a minute. The confidence to go for this round anymore, knowing that the op is just that important, especially looking at the rounds at the moment. Only 1 to be played for. A potential 4 on the board. Apogee with 8. They could actually make this a 9. And this is exactly what a team fears on that third map. For it to start off this way, especially after winning your own. And looking basically pretty good on it too. Everybody wants to rule the world. Sometimes you just can't. Shots through the smoke. Just a bit of damage done. A quick attempt through the smoke. It's not going to work out. It's going to be switched with Prime. Prism, sorry. You catch a couple of the early pushers. And that's going to be the most of the push already being dropped. And Prism is just going to opt in for the boost. Oh, they're not even going to check it. Oh, Hype goes down. That's just going to be a free kill. This round just looking very one-sided. The whole map is at the moment. Perks at least gets a kill. That's going to be the quick trade out of switch. But Arrow still alive after that frag. And Galil. Well, we have seen greater rounds out of Galil's, but it's going to be Glocko from the lower angle to win the fight, and it's done. So, we're hopping in to a second half here with 9 rounds on the table for the polls. And right now, this isn't really bad at all. A very good start. You can't actually go for any arguments anymore. If you don't win this one, that's on you. I think the realistic question at the moment is that if you win the pistol, can you shut it down afterwards? Some teams, while being on the lead, might have a couple of issues here or there. For some reason, the pressure starts to seep in. Meanwhile, some teams actually feel comfortable from playing from the back end, knowing that they can pressurize the team. It's weird, man. Counter-Strike is a weird game every now and then. But we will be focusing on this round right now. So, closing into that B-side execution. Every single player will be stacked towards the lower portion of it. And there's not going to be a single information play coming out of alternate attacks. This is going to be them at the moment. Oh, that boost didn't really work out. The idea was to get on top very quickly. It's not going to work out, but the push will be starting off. It's going to be Freeze with a kill. Hype comes out with 1, actually 2. And alternate attacks. On their pistol, at least, it seems like they have a clue at the moment. A 4 versus 1 Polo, only once 1. As Freeze is going to be shutting him down. That's going to be the round. And the start goes for the side of alternate attacks. And the question is, do they have a similar CT side? A good saying is that what's been done to me can be done to you. So be careful. That's deep. Early attempts over here. And yet again, we're just getting the silence out of this round. And that will be the flash to pop the players a little bit closer towards the window. It seems like Freeze from Frozen Spot is ready for the push. That's going to be Perks with a couple of kills. Freeze comes out with 1 and 2. Hype with 1 in between. And that will be a clean slate. Not losing a member on that round is going to do wonders to their economy. Even if they're starting off the CT side, well, you always want to keep track on your money. Like my pappy said, it's all fun and games when you're a millionaire, but when the bills start to fall in, that's where the crying starts. He actually didn't say that, but it's a good thing to reference. Always take a note of your money. You will need it. Close spot from the short. A couple of players from the ramp. Ready to go for whatever place they feel like. And this is just going to be a little bit of a reset of a situation. They're not actually going to bait into any of these pushes. This is just 4 rounds away, sorry. Math a little bit on applying at the moment. So in a way, it's not that of a deal. They can actually bring this back easily. But if Apogee start to win these rounds, that's where the problems come in. Oh god, from the close angle, I'm not entirely sure how Arrow even got to live that long. But he will finally be dropped down. 50 seconds left on the clock. They can still go for a lot. aTTaX finds the kill on the Prism. That was the lurker. He's being taken care of. The bomb will be rotating back and hyped. Ready for the push from the close angle. Glocko drops down. And a nice catch from the A side to bring it back to 3 versus 3. Is this actually where it's going to be happening at the moment? A Molotov to push his first Perks there. He's very low on HP. Has to be a little bit more careful now, especially with his teammate on 50. And Hyped will be the only player with health to go for a retake. Polo, sandbag positioning. That's going to be the bomb to go down on the corner. And aTTaX. Oh, sorry, Swiss. Still making noise over here. Reset after that bomb planned. Ultimate Dax looking to push in. Backstab already coming in from Freeze. Polo gets that respectable trade. And from the left side, I'm not entirely sure if he spotted the player. Switch actually finds a kill. And Polo still alive from the cross. Oh god, he actually misses the shot. That's gonna be hyped to find the trades and come out with the clutch. A retake on the side. Polo didn't even have to take a pick to win this round. If he just stayed behind the sandbag, I think the round is done. The problem is he wants to go for the heroistic play. Hyped. How the hell did you lose that fight? That was such an Apogee round. And they say, hey, take it away. The only thing he had to do is just literally stay behind the sandbag, nothing else. He didn't even know where he was. Oh boy. Well, Polo, knowing that he screwed the last push, he will be trying to take some control from this round. And Prism finding a entry kill as well. Polo coming out with a double to apologize his teammates. And it seems like it's been well received. A double kill for both of the players, and this will be a round for Apogee, unless they want to throw this one as well. I'm not sure if it's in the script, but Freeze will be trying to save that weapon for the next round. And Apogee! I'm not sure why I said it like that, but yeah. That will be the round. Every single player dropped. Glocko even finds the last player, and that's going to be 10 on the board. Here we go. Oh boy. Here we go. Let's see if they can actually keep this up now. A couple of more rounds, we can actually see a map point. And looking at the money from the side of alternate attacks, you really have to give this away from Apogee for them to have any chance. And Op and 4, those are the 2 weapons on the server for the CTs to do some work. Meanwhile, it's going to be a 5-7 Two of them. To be honest, not a pistol to scoff at. We have seen so many great plays coming out of 5.7s, but it's going to be the MP9 that worrying me because I haven't seen those corners come in where they usually thrive in. Close corner, freeze, yiggling, making sure that he has everything. That's going to be Prism. Drop to 49. Early contact that works out for the side of alternate attack. The problem is they don't get the kill. Finally, it's going to be one. It's going to be Freeze to drop down a player that's actually in a healthy amount of HP. So, one player low, one entry in. Alternate attacks really fighting for this round at the moment. But no mistakes can happen now. Even with that great clutch coming out from Hyped. They just have to play a perfect round. Great catch coming out of Glocko. I'm not entirely sure why they want to go for the information play when you got the first player already. That is going to be both of the weapons dropped. And alternate attacks, they give it back on a plate. A huge mistake of a read on that round. With the first kill and a lot of damage to one of the players, they give it back. B side absolutely bullied. And the nade to blow up. That's actually a teammate that he shoots there. And this will be a round for the side of the poles. Unless Perk somehow defuses the bomb with every single player on top of the site, that's just going to be honest, at that point, I would be ready to hear whatever conspiracy theories people have. I would believe you. Yes, sir. That's a tough spot. How did they lose that? Why did they push when having an advantage as a CT? That's actually a mistake that we see a lot on this tier of CS, is that they don't feel comfortable having a man up, so they actually want more. There are some players that feel like they have to move in situations that they literally... for example, the 1-to-1 clutch versus Hyped. Literally, Polo lets go of his keyboard, he wins the round. But it happens a lot, so that's where actually good coach comes in and tells the players to stop moving! But the problem is, not everybody has a great coach. I'm not saying that they don't, but it's just, there's a lot of problems on these teams that they have to focus on, so it's not like these are the first issues that they're focusing on. But I'd say one of the best things that these tiers, the teams on these tiers can actually do is to focus on the little mistakes they do. You make those work, and that's where it starts to shine. And that's actually one of the reasons why I love watching Passion UA play. They barely do little mistakes. And another great round for the side of Apogee. Oh boy, this is just a run towards the end at the moment. Little issues here and there. Doesn't matter how well you can take the side control if you give it away directly after gaining it. And this will be Perks with Arrow. Left as a duo there. Bomb explodes. It's going to be another round. 12 on the board. Apogee enjoying whatever being given to them. Oh, this is going to be an amazing spot. A lot to be done here. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. And this is just the first best of 3 for today as well. It's kind of actually cool that we have a couple of best of 3s per day. Not 3, so it's not enough, too much. But just enough to get that blood boiling in the first one. And to rest for the second one. Another match, TSM versus Illuminar, a little bit later on. So it's going to be the Danes with a couple of off players versus another team that's Polish. It's going to be interesting. Molotov on top is short. Wait a minute. Freeze is taking a lot of damage from it. Has to be careful. Whatever hits him is going to be dropping him next. That's a nice track actually coming out of Swiss to get the kill through the smoke. Apogee starts off the round with an entry. And nobody doing any damage. Look at the damage done. Freeze with hype. They're barely alive at this point. This is an excellent spot for them. To barely, basically do whatever they want with this round now. Arrow with perks. The only players who have any HP to talk about, that's gonna be hyped. Any of these players dropping down without getting an answer, that's just gotta be horrible. That's it. Prism drops down Freeze at the start. Hype gets that quick trade, but it's going to be Glocko to drop him down. And a smoke to cover up the little hole that's being made by Valve. Quick flash. Doesn't bounce the right way. Perks wins that first fight. 2 versus 3. They can actually still pull this back. 30 seconds left on the clock. The question is, what does the bomb want to do? And it seems like they're actually still sticking with the A-side idea. Alternate attacks. They're reading this round as a B-side play. Oh, they're getting bamboozled at the moment. Bomb, smoked, everything goes for the side of Apogee. This is just going to be an easy plant. A nice catch coming in from the catwalk. Glocko finds his second kill of the round, and I think we are done. Unless Arrow goes for something absolutely nuts. Apogee, they will be the winner of this best of 3, and from the lower portion of the upper bracket, they're not done. They're not out of the tournament yet. It's not done. They just fall to the lower bracket. But I have to say, Apogee, they actually get to continue their journey from the upper bracket. And now they will be winning their first match here on the playoffs and waiting for the winner of Illuminar and TSM. So congratulations for Apogee, showing us a couple of good maps there. And a bit of a potential there for Anubis with a couple of mistakes fixed. That could have been a 2-0. Alternate attacks, for them, it's a little bit of a different story. We did see the potential of the teams, but it just didn't work out this time. So, hopefully, they set it up for the lower bracket match. They still have time to actually consider and maybe practice, and hopefully we can actually see a better game from them a little bit later on whenever that happens. We'll be taking a little bit of a break before we hop into the second best of 3, so let's chill and check out what's about to happen on TSM versus Illuminar. That's going to be a great one. Welcome back to the stream, guys, and we're going to be hopping into the second best tree of today, which will be TSM going against Illuminar on the lower left corner. So yeah, after checking what happened on Apogee versus alternate attacks, Germans going against the Poles, it didn't quite work out for them. Alternate attacks did drop at the end, and it was the Poles to take out the victory and continue the upper bracket series. And we will be finding the winner of this match that has to go against Apogee, and the loser will be going against alternate attacks. TSM's lineup is known. It's Nico, Zyphon, Valde. It's going to be even the new up-and-comer from the Mouse's NXT's roster. And meanwhile, on the side of Illuminar, it's going to be Furlan, PHR, Spavaku, Kadziu, and Bilani. The Poles representing with the same team. And to check out the future games, I did actually run out of words there with TSM, so A-Core and Sierra. Sierra actually got brought in from Mouse NXT, and he's been playing for the roster for a little while now. I think it was like a month that he's been over here. 15 days, so yeah, 2 weeks. Not even actually even a month yet. So we did see the first game out of him. It was a little bit of a lackluster map, but they did show us some great signs the last time that we were casting their game. And I think at that point, Sierra has been on the roster for a week. Only for a week. So after a couple of more games, maybe getting a little bit more comfortable with the roster here, we might be seeing a little bit of a different form. I've been actually waiting for this team to level up in a while now. And looking at their previous maps, stats that they have, it's been Inferno is one of the best maps that they have. Mirage is very good. Dust 2 on a board 2. A lot of 50% maps that we're seeing at the moment. And from our respectable games, the maps that got picked up were... Dust 2 for the side of Illuminar. Mirage is going to be a pick for TSM. And Nuke is going to be the desire if it's needed. Every single map is TSM's map at the moment that we're watching. Is 57 versus 38. 62% win rate on Mirage versus 9. And 50 to 43. So this could be a 2-map series, but the advantage definitely goes for the mostly Dane team that we're looking at. I think it's a fully Dane team Danish team at the moment that we're watching. A-Core steps up with the first kill. Yeah, Nico is Danish. A-Core is Danish. Valde is Danish. I think Sierra is Danish. Yeah, that's a fully Danish team that we're watching at the moment. That's going to be awesome. So, Zyphon is Danish still also. Great kill at the start from PHR. To start off the side, it's going to be the 1 kill coming out of Goose. Zyphon only gets 1. That's Bilani with 1 as well. Sorry, PHR with 1 as well. And triple to make it a quad. And a quick round from short that works out for Illuminar. Great start for this round. And a fully Danish roster. I actually want to check out their coach at the moment. It's Raging. Yeah, it's a fully Danish team. It's actually TSM dipping back to the history. Well, the days that they actually had the old Astralis lineup. Or Dignitas lineup, whatever you want to call that period. Yeah, well, I think it was Dignitas TSM question mark Astralis. That was the order it went in. Illuminar trying to find their lead here towards the line. It's going to be TSM. Nice flash here to try to cover up the players. It's going to be a buy from the CTs directly at the start. Spavago from the pit. Does a little bit damage, or actually gets damaged by that scout. Molotov being used for the side to get just a little bit more control, but it's a full stack here from the side of the CTs. They're just waiting for this to happen. A single kill could actually start this up, especially with that flash pushing through the smoke, going for the LXCB play. And that's Spavago with Kadziu, finding that first early trades, or entries, sorry. It's got to be Zyphon with the trade. And a mad advantage for the side of Illuminar, especially with this amount of control. It seems like TSM, they're going to be fine with leaving the site alone and not attempting it anymore. That scout for the next round is going to be huge. With Nico's Deagle and that armor. They fight to live. They live to fight on. Live to fight for another day. To go for that clutch in that situation is going to be very hard. Especially knowing that they have full weaponry against you. Another attack coming out of that scout. But the problem is they couldn't convert that into a kill. With the first shot on the Spavaku. So a great round from Illuminar. Taking care of the force buy. winning the round and even surviving with 3 players to the next round. Taking a mass AK exodus out of it. And the CT is thinking about what they should go for. For a full save, the next round is going to look amazing. They can actually just buy a pistol or 2. P250's Deagle. On a map like this, Deagle is going to be an amazing weapon. There's so many spots where you can actually just spam it. So many spots where you basically see that one bullet hit that head almost every single time. Oh, and a nade. Not the way you want to start off a round, but it's okay. Back in the days on 1.6, you could actually drill that wall. Valde sees flashbacks from it. And the full push coming on towards that B side is going to be Valde. If he gets a kill or 2, that's going to be huge. Already a pop flash in front of the enemy. Another NA flash that actually doesn't work out the way they were hoping for. A great peek coming out. They win the respectable duels, and that's going to be B side lost. With 3 entries, and that's the round. Big legal state. Alright, that's awesome. Nevada. Do you have any hobbies? Let's hope bets. Except betting. Acorn. Sounds like an acorn. Nice shot to the face. Drops one of the players. Gets the second kill with that scout too. Anybody else? If you want to stick your head into that crosshair. Seems like Acorn woke up with violence today. Already a lot of damage done throughout these 2 rounds. Somebody practices chess. That's actually cool. I have a glass chess set from my old place of work. Oh, he actually grabs down the AK. That's a very good pickup. That's not bad at all from Acor. He actually converts that scout into an AK, drops it from his teammate. That's going to be an op buy. That's going to be a great buy for the side of TSM. Great work coming in from Acor. Let's see if they can actually get this up now. Oh, you strive to be a CS2 professional player. Alright. Send me a stream. I want to watch it. Early shot coming out of Acor to drop down Spavaco meanwhile. Long control will be the point to go for again. That's going to be the cross smoke. And from now on, TSM. Long sprays through that smoke. Nobody's there to actually abuse it, so this is just a little bit too early from the side of TSM. I think the trajectory of that flash tells him where the push is coming from. It seems like the reaction is right on point at the moment. Furland sneaking through that gap. A new smoke to cover it up. And right now they should have the information of what's about to happen. Steps on the side being heard. A placement coming in from Goose. That's a very good spot to be at, especially if they don't have the Molotov to juck it in. That's going to be a molly for the site. PHR gets the trade with that nade. A 3 versus 4. And we're still getting utility here. If Spavaco can be a pro player, I guess you can be too, I guess. Okay, dude. Come on, brother. Acor. That's going to be a kill for him. A smoke to cover up the site. Valde comes out with one more. And this is literally the CT side almost not getting contested at all. Katsiu finds a shot there, but it's going to be the op brought back in. I think they're going to go for the double op setup. And TSM already winning their first round. Leaving their marks. Looking hella good while they're doing it. And I have to say, that's not a bad round at all. What is this? Off to a new one. More to be seen. Flashes at the start to open up the pathway to that middle. Already losing a round, knowing exactly what kind of a potential there is, especially with the buy coming out now. They do lose a player at the start, but still not that much map control being lost for TSM. Having to be just a little bit careful here. Not to convert this into a good start for the side of Illuminar. They're playing this passively at the moment. 55 seconds left on the clock. To be honest, not that much to be afraid of. And it seems like they're having a couple of issues here with the calls. Maybe making a couple of steps too much. I think one of the players heard it, and they have a setup towards the A side. So this might be a mistake, especially with the utility funnel bouncing into, but this is all just a fake. Nico finds the kill on the Furlan, but the real execution is happening towards the B side. Already dropping the B side player too. And they need to find these frags. The problem is they don't. Nico goes down. Anchor just gets to trade. And that still leaves them in a one-man disadvantage with one player just lost somewhere. Spavaku on the lurk. But the problem is the weapon he's lurking with is just a scout. Not something you're going to be that happy about. Tags one of the players. Wild spray coming out of Zyphon. And it just takes way too long for them to find a frag. That nade is going to be, well, basically useless at this point. Kill coming out of Acor, and it seems like they get to save the weapons for the next round. Spavaku did the right play there. Just spending so much time off the clock. TSM, even if they get the kill, the problem is at that point the round is done. No reason to even attempt the retake, and it's done. Savannah from Sumpy told you the truth, huh? Here we go. Smokes towards the corner of the long. That's a burn. That actually is burning down Nico. He still comes out with a frag. Pit control for the man. That's a lot of space at the moment. I'm not entirely sure how it took that long. And they have actually, finally, they dropped down Nico. That took way too long. Acor coming up with some very good shots towards the long. And that protocol from TSM works out to a T. Illuminar with 4 rounds on the board, but I have to say, some of these rounds, they seem to be working very well for the side of TSM. Acor shut it down with a triple, and it seems like, well, he's woken up for the... He's been actually very impactful so far. 10 kills on the board. Just look at that. Nobody else is even close to it. Actually, PHR is, but... 141 ADR. 5 KD at the moment. That's insane. 6 rounds being played, 7 coming up. If he actually keeps this up, this is just gonna get worse. Great catch to start, and this is exactly what we're talking about. The op in the right spot at the right time every single round. A nade to open it up. Acor once more. Erlen grabs the bomb, hops into short. The timed out flash from Siphon. That's going to be seen in about a second. Quick peek coming in from short. That's going to be the flash. Jump over the first spray. Nico gets dropped up very alone. This is... In a way, this is a very good execution at the moment, as long as they can get through Zira. Already pushing onto the side. They don't catch the kill. The bomb definitely will be planted. Illuminar. Psycho control works out for him. Balde. Silently getting a little bit closer. Close to that boost. That's going to be the flash for the execution. BHR fully blind, but still finds that kill. That's going to be Nico, at least with the trade. Katsuyu finds one with the Mac 10. This is starting to look like a Illuminar round. Finally getting closer to that cross, but it's going to be Zero to be taken down. Bilani from the lurks drops Acor. What a great round for the side of Illuminar. Here we go. Finally, a technical pause. I thought that was a timeout. They really need to talk about what's been happening throughout these rounds. That was a full weaponry meltdown for the side of TSM. The best looking round where they could actually start to chain some together. Illuminar, which is a couple of basic flashes. They run in. They do exactly what they want to. I'm Cuban Black. I'm actually Finnish and Dominican Republic, so... Aryan and Latino, I guess. Yar! Viking blood. Did I actually consider Finns Vikings? We did have some Vikings, but I'm not entirely sure how that works. Are we peasants? We might be just peasants. You my cousin. You hate Dominicans, really? This from Cuba? The country where you can't even own a chair? Really? You really want to start this one? You want to start this one? Of course, kidding. We have a lot of Cubano friends. So in Finland, we actually have a lot of Latino parties and everything like that. Actually, when I was young, my mother, she enjoyed making parties where a lot of people came in to eat. It's like a cultural thing. Everybody comes in, they eat, they talk, they dance a little bit. It's amazing, actually. We had a lot of people from Cuba, Haitianos, Dominicanos, from Argentina, from whatever. So basically everybody who didn't speak Finnish was at that party at that time. We had a Cuban friend named, I think it was Ernesto or something like that. And he had a very thick accent. And he, because my name is Erkki, he always said, Erkki! How are you doing, Erkki? That's how he literally spoke. I think he moved to Miami, made a company. And he's more famous than Fresh and Fit at the moment, so... Erkki! But yeah, back into the game. Looking at the buy that they can actually go for. A couple SMGs. M4s and an AWP. Meanwhile, early drop coming in. Katsuyu trying to push in from the suicide again. Acor catches that first kill. Did you know Indians are Asians? Yeah, yeah. Actually, Russians are Asians too, so... Rush Asia. Asia is just a ridiculously big continent, that's the problem. Everybody belongs into that same group, basically. You didn't know this until this year. Okay. Well, you know now. Or they have a part mixed in with the ration. I think so. You see, I think it's Rush Asia or something like that, yeah. Yeah, that's true. The problem is Asia is like the biggest continent I think there is, so everybody belongs to that. Ferlin finds the more you know. Welcome to EPL, the Wikipedia of CS. Hopefully. 40 seconds left on the clock to get the trades. What a great pick coming out of Acor. Even if he actually missed that shot, there was a player set up for that one. So... bench Zero after 2 weeks. Guys, give him just a bit more time, okay? Nico, he might actually catch a kill here. Catches the timing. Does a little bit damage. And that is BHR with a double to open it up. But the full push coming out. He's gonna challenge the car. That's gonna work out for a kill. Zyphon! Okay. Somebody wrote in the chat, Zyphon needs to pick it up. Well, there it is. Enjoy it, Bobby. What an individual play, and especially at the best possible timing, too. What a play. Thank you, Mr. Commentator, sir. Yeah, that was actually a good call. Zyphon. With just an individual play there at the end, just pushing it through the window, going straight for that car kill. And he knew he had that the second the kill feed showed a pop. And 150 left, and this is exactly what you want to follow TSM. At the moment, as a full team, they might not be doing the best work, but individually, there are just these moments that you get. Just really start to wonder, how aren't they competing close to that tier 1 at the moment? And they actually have some very good, interesting names on the roster at the moment. BHR with Bilani. And then they do something like this. Losing these entry fights, I'm not entirely sure. How is this happening? Bielani. A double kill to open it up. Sierra gets just one, but he needs so much more. The problem is already being kind of rocked there with a shot. And the problem is that it seems like the stability out of TSM at the moment is a little bit lost here. You really want to find that round counter for yourself, of course, if they can actually still keep it up. There are some rounds to be won, and if they have a T side, hey, they're still on the table. And the save out of those two M4s is going to be the best thing that TSM can go for this round now. Round winner goes for Illuminar. Dust2, a great pick for this team. Poles, they're looking like they're on point of the server today. (13-5). That is just insane. Almost a 3 KD on the server. We get a little bit of a silence here. Oh, that was a little bit of a longer comment. I'm going to allow that. TSM has been playing a good counter for the last 2 weeks. If I'm being honest, I hate to see it how they started when they had just formed, but Sierra isn't ready. Wasn't for Mouse, NXT won't be for them. Now aTTaX walking made 0 sense. Fucked up the flow. Alright. Usually when we get these fresh roster picks, there might be a reason, maybe somebody spotted something in Sierra's play that's got to work out for TSM. I'd really not maybe criticize them that much at the start, because Sierra has been on the roster for 15 days, so that's 2 weeks with 1 day. Maybe after a couple of months, that's where you finally get to see, because this literally happened with Navi. This actually happened with me on Navi. That... Oh god, what a great pick coming out of Fulan. Catches the shot, gets away. He's gonna be overrun, that's gonna be a weapon dropped. So, Acor's gotta grab that AK. Or wait a minute, it was actually Nico, sorry. It was a little bit closer. So, and it seems like TSM, they were so far away from that side, I think this is just going to be them saving these weapons. Yeah, what I was about to say, because when the Navi's roster got formed, everybody was criticizing them, and I did see a little bit potential, like, okay, they're gonna be like the 4th or 5th team. I don't really believe that they were gonna be like the #1 team winning a major and literally contesting every single tournament at the moment. And a lot of people were hating on Ima all the time, just saying, oh, he needs to go. Even I started to believe it. And at the moment, you're looking at that lineup, you don't want to touch a thing on that lineup. Let the lineup be exactly how it is until a better one comes forward. So, even a lot of people talking about like, oh, Simple needs to go back to Navi. No, don't touch Simple with Navi at the moment. Yeah, I wouldn't think that Navi would be top 3, never mind first. Yeah, just look at how they're doing. They're doing so well. The system is working. And when it's working, just let it be. And I think that's what TSM is looking for at the moment. They're looking for more of a role roster at the moment, and not just great players that are just winning rounds by themselves, trying to form something. Now the question is if they can make it happen. That's a different story. But I would like to give it a little bit of time. Sierra, in my opinion, was a great player on NXT. Never had any issues with him. It is a little bit questionable. Was aTTaX the right step? That's something I don't know really how to comment in. PHR drops Sierra, and some of these fights, even with the weaponry that it had, this is just way too simple for the side of Illuminar. Literally walking over TSM. But this is Illuminar's own map pick. We still have Mirage coming in about a second. And this is a 9% match. Mirage is a 9% win rate for the side of Illuminar, so that's not going to be something great for them. But it is possible that they have learned something in between that we haven't really seen. Anything is possible. What a shot to the face. Well, Acor takes it and leaves. And every single weapon will be dropped. Everything. Silence takes out the server. As they're gonna go for a new buy here. Oh, finally coming into play. Acor has had a hell of a series so far, but the problem is he's not had that much help. Looking for a little bit more from his teammates at the moment to maybe wake up here. Being left in a lot of 1v1s here. I think he had 16-5 as a scoreline at the moment. 13-5, sorry. Sierra with 1 kill. Nico stepping up with 1. The entry that they needed. And this could be the last round too. That's a great Molotov to push out PHR from that corner. The question is, are we going to see a great T-side from TSM as well? If we do, with a pistol win. I usually like to say these numbers, they lie a lot. The problem is, for example, this could be a 8-4 health, which would represent something like 10-5 or 11-4 back in the days with CSGO, with 15. The issue here is, or sorry, 10-5 or 9-6 is basically what we're looking at the moment. The problem here is that you have way less of a margin of losing these rounds. Every single round, they have so much more meaning to them. And that's going to be Spavaku to drop down Acor. A great frag, but a push coming in from behind. Valde with the lurk that works out to a T. Even through the smoke, finds the third one. And that will be the round done for Illuminar. 4th one for TSM. And this is where it gets interesting. This is exactly what we're starting to build up. If they win a pistol here, that's 5. They win a round after that, that's 6. Just a couple of good gun rounds, and we're talking about a tie. But the problem is, if Illuminar win the pistol in the round after that, that's 10 on the board. And that's where the game gets very naughty. Oh boy. This is a good moment to welcome everybody to the stream. Hopefully you're having a good time here. How you doing? How is the chat doing today? You ready for the matchup? We have some good starting warming matches here from EPL. After that, we're going to be hopping into Blast for the final. Think about that. Another rematch. Navi versus G2. Are we going to get some desk slams? Maybe Nico is going to renovate the whole venue. That would be awesome. And it's going to be best of 5 too. Think about that. We're just waiting for this second half to start. With a bit of silence. Silence is the way. Finally, you can hear those ticks. The interval is getting smaller, which means that we are going to be getting ready for the matchup. Tick, 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 tick goes the clock. Click, 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 click. And we're getting into a point where I think we got the reset. A bit of silence here. To think and wonder. Vakaki Destroyer on Dust 2. Somebody said they smell overtime. Oh, okay. An overtime on a board. Again. That never happens on this Counter-Strike. Here we are. Valde leading the shots in. Now will be BHR with a couple of nice defending shots, but the problem is they're gonna walk into the blender. A-Core comes out with a kill with Nico. Valde with a double. B. Lanny looking at the scoreboard, wondering what the hell happened there. With a great start, it gets flipped over, and this is exactly what I was talking about. TSM. If they... okay, a face planted with those dualies. It's got to be the Berettas to come with a kill on Valde. But does he check the car? That's the problem. That's going to be the pop coming on top of the car. Oh, a shot to the face from A-Core. A double for the boy, and it's done. Booyah. Maybe that sounded a little bit too much like smooyah, but I meant booyah. This is the buy coming out of TSM. A full save from Illuminar. TSM inching closer to that 6. And like we were talking about, it's not going to be a perfect buy on round number 3 off the second overtime. So, if they can actually manage to take care of it, that's where it gets crazy. So we're waiting for round number 15. This is supposed to work out for the side of TSM in every single corner. If they lose this round, I think that's the map. A beautiful flash, just getting a little bit too close to it. It's just a one-sided shutdown. Nico with a double on the air. Double kills. Okay, that's the first time I've actually seen that. A double kill in the air. Counter-Strike. A funny game. So, Kadziu with the dualies left to wonder what he can actually do with this one. So, it's going to be a 3-9 at the moment for him. So, not 33 KDR at the moment. In the headshot percentage, it's the same. And that's going to be one more death for him. Zyphon locks it down with the last kill. 6 rounds on the board. And just 2 rounds away from a tie. And this is where it starts to get interesting. Where the pressure starts to seep in. If TSM find a form here on the T side, that's where the problem starts. I think this is going to be a reset. Spawaku dropped out of the server. No damage has been done. We're going to get a round reset. Take out your notebooks. Get ready for the script, boys. I bet my life on Illuminar. Oh god. Well, YOLO, I guess. You only live once. Hopefully you had a good run. After the reset, we were left to 6-8. Illuminar leading here. Of course, we might just see a ridiculous CT side at them. And all of the hype we were trying to build up is going to be just dusts in the wind.
We go. Utility damage down to Siphon and Nico. But they're healthy enough to go for whatever plays they feel like. And this will be just TSM playing a little bit of a slower round. Now, knowing that Illuminar is going to go for the buy here. Now the question is how they want to proceed with this round. Are we going to see just an execution here in about a second with a middle player? And most of the players locked in for long. This is just a little bit too much of a silence here. No real attempts. Nice spray through that smoke. Does a lot of damage to Valde. But Nico comes up with a kill on this Bavaku. That's exactly what they were looking for. Gets the second one as well. Almost the third one. That's a couple of trades here and there. But Siphon comes out victorious. A mad advantage for the side of TSM with most of the players, or every single player on top of A side. They can really rotate this bomb towards the B side now. Especially with a player in between. And A core. Ooh, a little bit of a stumble there. Siphon wondering what was happening. A-core, hello? That's the wrong direction that you're facing at the moment. And Furlan closing into the door. He could actually reply very quickly here. Now the question is, are they ready for the first player to peek out? Damage being done. The bomb crosses towards the side, and this is going to be a plan. Definitely, especially with that Molotov. Furlan can't really opt in to push in, but that's a great frag, but a greater trade. A 1 versus 2, is this possible? A-core very low on HP. That's going to be the first line of bullets, and Bilani, he has to make a decision right now and right here. Does he want to go for the peek, especially with the players very close onto him? The drill coming through the door. A-core finds it. It's done. 7 on a board for TSM. This is exactly what we're talking about. Slow grind, but it's very doable. Whoa, that could have gone so wrong. Whoop-dee-doo-dee. Just win it, Tam, please. Uwu. That's an adorable emoji. What is that? So, upper control gained. And by now they should know that this is going to be an A-side play. Neither of the players shown. And it's just a full stack of SMGs. Just 157 coming out of Kadzil. And I have to say, maybe the 5-7, a very good pickup bud on top of the car. Sierra is going to come out with a kill. It's going to be Siphon 1. First trades comes in from Furlan. Actually gets the second kill as well. Nico. Oh, they gets dropped. Wait a minute. This is starting to get very expensive. Furlan, he's going to make this an ace in about a second. A 1 versus 1 with A-core. And an MP9 to deal with it. With a bomb on a cross. How is this possible at the moment? They're giving way too much space for the boys in blue. And Furlan, he's just enjoying the spot where he is at the moment. Just a single kill. That's going to be the ace. The first ace on this tournament that we're going to see. And a beautiful round to bring it back in. And that's already a lot of money. That's 3K. Or 2,400. But if he gets the last kill, that's going to be 3K of injection. He can actually even pick up a weapon, the bomb. Fake coming out. Furlan, if he times this correctly, he could actually get the kill straight on. And that's exactly what's about to happen. Wait a minute. 2 seconds left. And that's going to be another attempt. 15 points. That's going to be 13 seconds. 12. A-core trying to find out the timing. But it's going to be an ace for Furlan. Here we go. A picked up weapon. A lot of money. And it brings the offer next round. Oh, his team has to be happy. Oh my god, what a play. A smoke criminal. Taking the title away from Stewie. Playing it similar like Snacks from back in the days. And that's just insane. Acre, just retire, please. Your farmer teammates are winning majors and blasts. Look at yourself. What the fuck? That was very deep. That was a deep one. Just take a look in the mirror. What is this? Oh god. So, Illuminar, they bring it back to a two-man advantage. Two-round advantage. TSM kind of getting rocked by the round, I have to say. For a good reason, too. For you to give out one of the best-looking rounds that you had. And to think about the fact that it was all an MP9. Every single frag coming out from that SMG. You were sure that that's not gonna happen. No, he can't do it. Of course he can. The long peek towards the cars. That's the smoke for the cross. The right one. PHR inside of it. That's going to be the flash for him to go for the swing. Beautiful frag coming out of him. Gets the second one as well. The trade doesn't work out for a kill. And I have to say, Spavako with that op shot just nails it down. I think TSM, they have to give the 10th round for Illuminar. What a great peek coming out. A very simplistic duel too. But the problem is the crosshair placement was perfect. Perfect. 30 seconds left to play with. The bomb will be cheated back towards that A side. If they could actually get that... No, well, it's not going to happen. Nico got just absolutely dropped. And that's A-Core licking his wounds. You saw the scope in. He didn't hit the shot. Bilani laughing all the way till Christmas. So, through the smoke towards the B side the first time. We're seeing the attempt. Oh my god. That was just very one-sided. Welcome to the B side, I guess. Hopefully you had a good time. And off to another round we go. Round number 19 on the board. And a full buy from both of the teams. A-Core is going to be stepping it up too. And here we go. Let's see how they can actually do this. And off to another one. So, a case leading the lineup. It's just going to be one scout. Bit of damage just, but they got the law in control. Now, from here, what do they want to do with it? It's been... The problem from TSM so far isn't being taking the control from short along. I have to say, Illuminar are actually doing a very good job of giving long control for them, but just holding it from the site. And that's been the problem so far. They know they have the control over here. The question is what they can actually do with it. Hold coming in from Gandalf again. We've seen this before. Katsu will be the one to do it. Katsu finds the first frag, and a good one. Through the smoke. Nice corner for that pick. Doesn't do any damage. I'm a little bit surprised at the moment. Was there something in front of it? I think it was the edge of that car that blocked those bullets. It's got to be Valde with a kill on to Katsu. 4 versus 4. This is doable now. Valde. Comes out with a kill with Zyphon. And 2 versus 4. Will be converted into a 3 versus 1, which seems to be a round for the side of TSM. Here we go. We're finally getting an answer. Lani catches 1. Oh, God. Acor takes a little bit damage there. But they do bring out the round to a win. Off we go for more. This time around, Illuminar. They're definitely gonna fight for it. Not to let it open. The problem is, once they know how to break the defense, you have to change it. A box boost here. Berlin holding it down. Acor holding the spot towards the hill here. That's Furlan still in an awesome spot. We also already saw our setup from PHR with that smoke. This time around, we're going to see the similar utility come in, but they're not ready for it. Nobody's checking it. Nobody's holding it. That's almost a double kill. Zyphon does get the change. And that's going to be Spavaku. With the trades, Nico comes out with his own, a 3 versus 3 with the B-side control for the side of TSM. They're looking great at the moment. Now they can't hold it down. They can't flop here. If they want to bring this to a win, they have to get this 9th round. There was a little timing there. I don't think he shot it, so it's going to be Katsu to drop down Acor. And Zira getting just a little bit closer. Nico catches that one shot. You wouldn't think actually the Hunter's brother actually can hit a shot with that Apple funnel. We're seeing some very good shots here. And PHR is going to be challenged. Window holds Zira. The only thing he has to do is just play time. I think the round is done. Yeah, it's done. Beautiful nade on top of him too. And kaboom goes the bomb. As does the round. TSM and 9 on the board. Here we go. This is actually pretty cool at the moment. So we are getting a fight, but the problem is both of the teams are making mistakes. Great push coming out of Furland. A little bit unfortunate he couldn't convert that into a 2. And let's see what he can actually do with it. I told Spavaku what you did. That's the reason he's finally hitting something, huh? He's 7 to 13. There's still time. It's nice to see that Illuminar are changing these holds actively throughout the round. The question is, can they keep it up? Bit of a timeout here to have a discussion how they want to play out the round. Arrow dot Dog day after you walk in the stream. Interesting name. How you doing, my sir? And here we go. Zyphon. Molotovs. Both of the players from that short hold. And that's an entry. Another one already. Zira. Mouse NXT player maybe starting to wake up. Ex-Copenhagen Flames. Burning up on the server. Zyphon enjoying his lunch. And this will be a save. And just look at the positioning at the moment. Furlan picks up the up. Look at where Zyphon is at the moment. They're reading this as a save already. And if they lose these weapons, TSM is just not going to bring this to a 9. Sorry, a 10. They might actually take away with the weapons as well. They don't have an economy here to stand on top of. TSM, they might still be turning this around. Of course, the caster's curse is going to be bringing it back to Illuminar. That's how the game works. 3 weapons saved. And Illuminar degrading with the lead. Silence across the server. Illuminar gone for so many different defenses. Some of them worked very well. The problem is, if it wasn't for that 5k, this could have been a very different game already. Literally, it's going to be the individual performance to give them a chance and to think about the facts that we're seeing at the moment. TSM pushing them into the third tactical pause here, and they know they don't have the money. Just look at the cash at the moment. 2,500 is the most they have. What do you do in this situation? 2,900 bucks for the next round. If you don't buy anything, you can go for a very good full buy. If you buy something, that's going to degrade the buy that you have on the next round. But the problem is then you just... yeah, you barely are going to get even a pistol with some nades. And even this is just going to look a lot questionable. The bomb heading towards the B side where the most of the stacks are. There's going to be the one fight coming out along. Getting that information backing up towards the A side. So, I think the idea is trying to herd TSM players towards the B side execution. But this is where the reads come in, especially with the pushes out. Katsuo only gets one. Gets this a second one. Okay. Not that bad at the moment, but the bomb seems to be escaping at the moment. And Zyphone is doing a very good job of it, especially dropping that smoke in front of him. Molotov on the other side, if they want to sneak past it, that just risks the amount of leads the TSM is going to go for. USB tapping does some damage, but the problem is they lose the player. From the cross. Now, Furlan. Is he ready for a player to be this close? I don't think he spotted him. It's going to be the shoulder. Hits the shot, but the problem is Valde gets the kill. And Katsuo left in a 1 versus 2. Sorry. 2 of the players very low in HP, but the problem is Nico is ready for it. And that's going to be the tie. 11th on the board, and looking at the money at the moment, they do have enough for a buy. The problem is if they lose the weapon, if they lose the round, if they lose the weapons, TSM... they are not just heading into a 12. They might be heading into a win. Off to a new one we go. PHR with a double defense. That's going to work out very nicely. Nico, with low HP, actually finds that trade. Bilani gets dropped. But a man advantage for the side of Illuminar. This is really flirting with the idea of getting into, especially with that kill, an overtime or even a victory for Illuminar. A little bit of a lackluster start there. A Molotov behind the boxes. There's still some doable margins here, but they have to be perfect from now on. A side is a little bit harder of a side, but you have so much open space. The bullets can come from everywhere. Especially with a player underneath CT. One from short, one from Gandalf. There's so many corners you need to check. And they need to start to find those kills. PHR getting away from that corner, from the cross. Beautiful shot coming out of A-core. He's going to drop one of the players. He's still ready for more. The bomb needs to be planted. There's a little bit of utility left for Spavagu. A smoke and a couple of flashes. And this will be the great stop from the side. PHR drops down Nico. And is this going to be it? TSM coming close, but not licking the taste. A-core with 16 points of health understands that the op for the next round is going to be important.
1 round to separate them. People here is so funny now. Yes, they are. Like I like to say, the Earth is flat. NASA isn't on it. Everything is alive. Script! It's a script! Oh god! How can they win their own map pick? How is it possible? But yeah. It's getting tight. Nico with a great entry here. Opens up the round. That's a quick trade coming in from Spavaku. Getting that 1-to-1 and a beautiful shot from the side. Valde opens it up. Oh god! Spyfon gets the drop on the BHR. We are heading to overtime. This is actually doable with a great frag coming in from Furlan. Wait a minute, it's still actually fighting. It's not done yet. And here we are. Oh boy, with a couple of players in between. The bomb not being planted. Finally, he's flirting with the idea. The bomb goes down. That's 40 seconds. Straight at the start. And Furland thinking about the wrong side from short. Thinking about dropping down. He has to be a little bit careful now. Right here, right in front of him. And it's going to be the shutdown. It's 12-12. We're hopping into overtime. She'd made me cackle. Yeah, me too. Oh, God. Here we go. So, overtime on the board. TSM, for a little while, it looked like they could have actually won this map straight out. To think about the fact that there was a 5-man ace with an MP9. This is just going to be one of those games. Valde holding down the middle, already with a lot of control here. The smoke will be blooming. Splitting the right side of the CT hold. A Molotov for short. This could look like a little bit of a fake here. And TSM, they haven't really committed the bomb anywhere. The bomb is just waiting outside of outside of the long cubby here. They can go for whatever setup they feel like. Now, Illuminar, they have to be careful right now. If they want to go for whatever peak push information, that's exactly what TSM is waiting for right now. Here we go, Spavaku. First entry, quick trade coming out of Valde. Sierra in a perfect placement from short. Catches that kill for long. Valde comes up with the second one of the Furlan. And this is going to be the first round over the overtime that they're gonna just bash home. And the last shot from Acor seals the round. One round of a lead after a great fight coming out of the Illuminar. The question is, can they finally keep this up? They've had some very good rounds, but the individual performance is finally starting to seep up. PHR with 27 and 15.
This is classic EPL right here. Zero. A pop flash out of B main just to try to fake it out. They could actually go for the split here. That's going to be Furlan with the kill from the smoke. Zero will be dropped down. And oh, how we do it. Catch is coming out. Another attempt from the short. This time around, Siphon is not going to catch the first kill. That's going to be the flash to try to open it up just a little bit more. Nice catch coming out from him. Spavaku hits the floor. And this is just a tough spot to be at. Siphon drops down PHR. And another round that turns in for the T's. And Illuminar, they have to go for the save. They know it. Right here, right now. Shot to the face from Valde. And an absolute shutdown at the end. It's done. 2 rounds in a row. And can Illuminar win the last round? Is it possible? Looking at the buy, a couple of ops. If one didn't do the job, buy 2. And the problem with this one, if they get side control, this is going to be a hell of a time to try to retake it with a couple of scopes. A couple of seconds of silence here to talk about it. Do we have a timeout at the moment, or is this technical? We have the rounds in front of the scores at the moment. Seems like it was a timeout. So yeah, getting back into it. A smoke for the double doors. Furlan with his teammate. Bilani trying to hold on to that B side. We're not going to get a quick push here. And that first line off attempt. Not working out for much. Just a missed shot from that op to make sure they've been warned. Silence on the server. Spotting one of the players to rush the lower dark here. I never said Spavaku was horrid. What the fuck? So, nice catch from short. That's PHR coming out with the first kill already. A little bit low on HP, has to be a little bit careful. A smoke for the cross. Actually on top of the side, try to... I'm not entirely sure if that was meant. That's actually a smoke for the T's at the moment. I'm not entirely sure what he was going for that. With that smoke. Maybe to cut off the player from the car or something like that. No, somebody wrote that. I just read it. I didn't mean it. PHR gets the kill onto Nico. And this seems to be TSM with a lot of long control, but not enough of conviction to go. But wait a minute, Acor is just starting to stack up players left and right. That's going to be a couple of good frags for him at the start. Acor gets dropped at the end. That's going to be PHR with a triple trying to hunt down the 4th player. And from the close angle, Valde makes this a 1 versus 2, especially with the 1-to-1 split. And this is doable. PHR getting a little bit closer towards the side. 30 seconds, and it's going to be done. The HP runs out to 0. TSM makes it a 15 with a triple at the end. Valde. Okay, we're getting that back in the OG days vibe. I like it. I like it. Yeah. 3 rounds in a row. We were talking about the map percentage at the start. We are going to be hopping into a map in about a second, which has 9% win rate for the side of Illuminar, which isn't great. If you understand numbers, 1 out of 11 maps have been won. Thus is not good. You don't like that. The so-called map. Wait a minute, what's happening at the moment? It's going to be Mirage. A very good map pick for TSM. Why they didn't ban it? Because they had other horrible maps that they wanted to ban. That's the reason. When you have more horrible maps than one, you go with the less horrible one, I guess. Here we go. So. Bombardment towards the A side. Most of the players are already occupying it. And this seems to be a retake. Stepping in at about a second. The CT is looking in to retake that site. Here we go. All day from the close angle. Already. A couple of shots coming in. That's the rain. Every single spot being covered up. The retake is going to be perfect. Agatsiu only gets one. Short player dropped out. There's nobody to stop the plant anymore. It's done. TSM 16-12. They take out the overtime. It's a little bit sloppy at the start. On the regulation, actually giving one of those great clutches towards the enemy team, but hey, it is what it is. Furlan gets an ace, but it still doesn't come out enough for them to win this map. We are going to be hopping into Mirage next, which is going to be TSM's own map pick. Illuminar, they have a 9% map win rate on that map. This is going to be a great day for the Illuminar bettors. Have some tears in the chat. I have a cup underneath. I like to drink them. So let's take a little bit of a break. Hopefully you enjoyed it. And I'm gonna laugh my ass straight to a break. Let's go.
Welcome back to the stream, boys. Hopefully you're having a good time. And we're hopping straight into the pistol round as we are ready with that first shot too. So this will be the first kill coming in, and Ferlin will be converted as well as Sira. So kills from both of the ends, and let's see if they can actually keep this up. Another shot coming out of Yulani. That's going to be Siphon to go down with the B-side execution already taking place. Meanwhile, Katsiu will be dropping the likes out of Valde. Quick catch before he goes down. That basically happened at the same second. Acor left in 1 versus 3. And Lizzo bet still thinks there's a Spavaku masterclass coming. We're waiting since 300 days. Nice catch from short. Acor doesn't know that there's a player behind him. Just a shot to the back of the face, and it's going to be done. Spavaku ends the round with 2. So, a couple of nice kills there at the pistol. PHR, Katsuo, and Bilani. They take the rest of the players, and Illuminar, they start Mirage with the first round here. That's not bad. If they want to fight for the enemy team's map pick, they can still do it. Of course, Mirage is one of those maps. Percentage doesn't really tell you the full story. This is a map that is well known in the scene already. So it's not like we're going to be saying something that is impossible to reproduce. So now it's more on to the fact that can they take the enemy's map pick here? So we're about to see in about a second. Some early tests coming out. Blocks just bursting. And a bit of silence. This will be the middle play. Most of the players looking into just bursting up in that middle. The idea is to try to get as many wins as they can, or kills as they can. But at the end of the day, the idea is just to try to get that bomb out if they can. Of course, they want to win the round, but it's going to be very hard with these pistols. Nice catch coming out the start. It's going to be SpongeBob with a couple SMG kills. And that's the round. That was supposed to happen. A quick round on the board. Off to a new buy we go. So, this will be TSM. Well, whatever they can. The first shot's already raining in. That's got to be Sirach with the first entry. Katsuo gets a trade. The new up-and-comer to the team will be dropped. Push coming in from the Khan. Nice trades coming out. Siphon drops PHR. That's got to be Acor with 1 at the Spavaku. That's just the tough times. Katsuo with Bilani. The catches will be dropping to the side of Illuminar. They actually brought it back to a 1 versus 1. How is this happening at the moment? Head not being found. Acor 404. Trying to go for another attempt here. At the timing is gonna be perfect. 3 kills for him in this round. The Dane looking like it's on fire today with that scout. Whatever scope weapon we have seen from Acor, he's been doing a very good job with it today. Let's see if we can keep it up for Mirage. First round already on the table, and that means that Illuminar, they can actually buy into this round, but that is going to be using the rest of their economy, and it's going to be very similar to TSM's buy. Galil's, Mac 10, and a op from Acor that got saved on the last round. And this will be little utility, but a lot of weaponry from the side of the CTs. Already, this time around, it's just going to be a little bit of a quicker push. Siphon comes out with the first kill onto Bilani. That's a great catch. Now let's see if they can actually keep it up. Bomb will be going down. A couple of attempts to try to drill that box doesn't really work out for them. And Kazuo left in a very good corner if he's not careful. If he times the kill onto Nico perfectly, this is a good spot to be at. That's a very good shot coming out of Kazuo. But it seems like they're just gonna call this a timeout. They didn't want to go for the site anymore. The problem is they have people lurking behind the lines. They might actually lose some more weapons if they're not careful. Underneath the cellar there, that's gonna be Siphon to drop down PHR, and Illuminar calling in for a save, losing a couple of weapons after that. Maybe they called out that save just a little bit too early, I have to say. What is that? That's a tough save call. Especially losing weaponry after it. The idea was to go for a new buy on this round, but it's just not going to work out now. TSM laughing all the way till the bank with this round. Oops, that was a video from Twitter just to bounce in. 0. First one in line to go for the peak here. Catch is coming up. That's going to be Valde to test the spots. Make sure nobody's hiding on either of the corners. Nico comes out with a frag on to Kazuo. First one to start off the round. That's going to be the second shot coming out of Spavaku, at least to bring it back to a 4 versus 4. Nice catch coming out of Bilani. That's an extra weapon. Valde, that's a little bit too much of a push there. How could you? Giving a weapon away like that. Siphon takes care of Spavaku. Trying to get across the line. So it's still a 3 versus 3. The weaponry, health, everything goes for the side of TSM. It's just going to be the surprises. 35 seconds left on the clock. If they're not ready here, if they don't check the spots, keep their heads cold, there's a little bit of a chance for the side of Illuminar to actually make this happen, especially with the stack coming up right now. If that M4 finds more than one, we have a problem. Already from the back line, it's actually going to be BHR with a couple of kills with the USPs. TSM! This is your own map pick. How can you give it away only to pistols? Bilani with you on that M4. And Illuminar, they step back with a round immediately. How is this possible? Valde with one of the weirdest calls in a while to actually push down the vents into a holding USP. That's an awful play. What is that? That's definitely a round where you need to take a little bit of a breather. Maybe have a conversation with your team, maybe with your in-game leader too. To hold down your horses, maybe not go for plays like that anymore. Just because they're USPs doesn't mean that they can't get a kill. I have to say, a great start from that 1M4, but to be honest, that 1M4 was definitely not going to win the round by itself. I have to say PHR. Just with a USB, dropping a couple of players on that B-side push. Works out for them very well. And that really grinds a reaction. If you were a fan of Illuminar, that has to be one of the most demoralizing rounds for the side of TSM that you can find. Great catch from middle, a couple of kills being found. Furling comes out with a double. 3 points of health. He's still hunting for more dust. Damage towards Acre actually jumps into the action. It's gonna be the USB again. Bilani finds out Valde, and this is just falling down. TSM, get a grip. After having a ridiculous dust dew. Looking like this. What does TSM stand for, Caster? It's Team Solo Mid. I think it's like Dota 2 or League of Legends originally. They did have a previous lineup in CS before they had this one, so they actually had like the, I think it was the Carrigan, Dupree, Device, Kirby, Xipnix, I think, is the lineup that they had. Xipnix, Carrigan, Device, Kirby, Xipnix. Yeah. Oh, Dupree, sorry. After that, when they went for the question mark lineup, I think that was the point where Kirby decided to go part his way. They brought in Magisk. They dropped Carrigan, and that became the new Astralis. That everybody loves and knows. Good times. Yeah, Cajun B. Cajun B, yeah. Kirby came behind him. Yeah, Cajun B. I forgot. When I say Cajun, you say B. Cajun B, yeah. It's been so long. Couple of great catches here. Kazu. A bit of a tough time here for TSM. A couple of great dinks. This gotta be the spot I could drop down. No, I was right, yeah. Kirby actually followed them from Dignitas to Astralis, yeah. But he wasn't on TSM. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he wasn't in a question mark team. Interesting time. So, for example, on Dignitas... No, this was the MSL lineup. Yeah. No. Yeah. On Astralis, he got brought in 2016. Yeah, that's correct. Correct, he wasn't in TSM. You were right in the chat. Good job. And the lineup was Kirby, Dupree. They had even Rubino for a little second. Couple of shots through that smoke again. Then he decided to go and play with... I think it was with MSL again or something like that on another team. That was one of the worst mistakes he could have gone at that time. Thinking about the fact that he actually has a major underneath his belt. That's just crazy. Berlin with a nice shot onto Acor here. Great catch coming out of Zero. Yeah. Kirby, worst career decision made in CS. I'm not sure if it is. It is a bad one. It's a very bad one. There are a couple of more. Valde to drop down Furlan. Zyphon to drop down PHR. Wait a minute. This is actually doable now. TSM, they have fun. A grip. We were asking for it. Now we have it. Bilani. Slow play from short. This is Zyphon and Valde. Both of the players focusing on the same angle. Finally, thinking about the short play. This is going to be just a double for Bilani. Oh, God. And again, it works out for Illuminar. TSM. With 9% here as a win rate for Illuminar. They're actually making this a well-looking round at the moment. Yeah, that's a good point, Nahasa. But on retrospect, it's just a bad situation. But I think one of the worst ones was what happened with LXB. First, he got dropped from Ents, that was literally the top 2 team in the world. Came in second on even one of the majors against Astralis. Like, you can't even go for an upgrade on an in-game leader at that point. And then G2 actually decided to pick him in as one of the worst decisions because they didn't know what the fuck they were doing, and after dropping him for Hooksy. So, I think
those might be one of the worst ones. There are some very bad ones too, so Kirby is close to it. But with Kirby, you actually have a... Because thinking about the fact Kirby went for MSL, that's not a bad decision in a way. Nice couple of kills coming in. The defense really showing us a game at the moment. And now you want to talk to me? Okay. There's going to be so many players dropped in. And I think we're seeing a little bit of a meltdown here from TSM. A reset might be needed. PHR still stepping in. That's going to be Bilani from the backlines. And Valde left in 1 versus 4. This is going to be a tough spot to be at. 1% probability to win this round. And just an opt to shut it down. 7 on the board. TSM, they're getting wrecked. Actually started to think about the fact. I'm going to ask the chat again. Give me your worst roster moves in the CS history. CSGO and CS2. Worst roster moves. In your opinion, like the worst decisions ever made either by an org or an individual player or a team. Device to nip. Well, you started off with a banger. V8s are... Oh, actually, well, the whole NIB lineup could be one. Like the past 5 rosters. Zyphon. Trill, Spavaku. Donut to Navi. That didn't happen yet. If it happens, maybe then. 44. Great catch. Again, PHR. Valde really trying to push those vents. I'm not entirely sure what he's seeing in that at the moment. That is just insane. TSM. I don't mean the lineup out of device nip. I mean how they treated the lineup. That was one of the worst things Nips ever done. To be honest, most of the things that Nips have done, I think most of the problems that I usually criticize... I don't usually criticize, for example, Hampus as an in-game leader or something like that. It's all Nip. A smoke. Covers up one of the players here. Sierra. And I'm not entirely sure what they can actually do at this point. Trades coming out. That's going to be Furlong with the kill onto Nipko. At least Zyphon gets a trade. You didn't actually believe that Illuminar is looking this great on the map. This could have been a 2-0 series. And just a shutdown coming in. Zyphon left in a 1 versus 3 without the bomb. And I think this is the round. Yeah, that's going to be 8 on aboard TSM. They're just getting pummeled. At least Nip is doing the right things now, to be honest. I'm not sure. The problem is, if you're just focusing that they're finally doing correct moves, considering the team, you might be right. The problem is Nip used to be the higher epsilon of a team back in the days. It used to be number 1. Now nobody even talks about them in the tournaments. That's a very bad thing to be at, yeah. So, they might turn it around. I really do hope that we get more contenders from the past. But, you know. Yeah, but Wrinkle is a good pickup. I'm gonna actually give them that, so that's a good thing. Whoever spotted him, good job. 9% with 11 maps. Yep, 1 out of 11. This might be the 1 out of 11 that we're seeing at the moment, so... I don't know. Here we go. Nice catch coming out of Spavaku. Drop down Nico. Early kill coming out. That's going to be the second one. Spavaku is actually starting to give us a little bit of a show. Lonzo was hyped for the player, maybe for a reason. PHR steps in from short to drop down a core. That's a quick trade coming out from Zyphon. And a nice nade on top of the players, and I think this is going to be it. 9-2. TSM. I'm not entirely sure. The problem is, the way that they're losing these rounds, it's not like we're talking about something insane that... Illuminar, they're playing it well. But we have been seeing the same pushes again and again and again. Attempts to push in from the vents against USPs. Just absolute run-ins into that B side, not actually using that many good utility. I'm not entirely sure what they're doing at the moment. It's not like this is impossible. It's like their head is out of the tournament at the moment, especially with the first map. You would think that they feel the motivation right now. Furlan comes up with another double kill. What is happening? They're getting absolutely played. Great push even from the apps. Finally, Nico catches a break. That's going to be Zyphon with one, but doesn't even spot towards the lower. Okay. That's a kill. And TSM left in the 2 versus 3. Well, at least this time around, it looks a little bit more doable with one of the players closing in from a double kill for Bilani at the end. So I was thinking about that. This is going to be a 2-map series. I'm going to chill for the rest of the day, but no, we might actually be talking about a 3rd map here. What is this? Oh no. Dexter to OG is really bad. Why do you think that? It's a great org. It's a good player. Maybe they needed a bit of a better coach for him on that team, but I don't think that was that bad. The only thing that I'm looking at is Heroic at the moment. Like, the roster that they have, good coach at the moment as well. They might just need a little bit more time, but like, I was hoping for Heroic to do a lot more that they're doing at the moment, so I'm kind of rooting for them, but it's one of those phase things. It feels like you invest a lot in a team, but then it just doesn't really give you any gold. Can't see you. Oh, starting off the round again. That's going to be Valde, at least with the trade. Sierra comes out with a double. Could actually even take the pistol round. A triple kill for the NXT player. And Zyphon catches Furlan at the back. That will be at least the 3rd round here. 7 away to catch Illuminar. The problem is, usually I like to talk about it like in a 8-4 situation. If you win the pistol, you win the round after that, you're 6-8. That's not that bad. Let's talk about a 7-5, okay? You win the pistol, that's 6. You win the round after that, it's a tie. Not that bad. 9-3 is actually still doable. The problem is, you win the pistol here. Illuminar, they go for 1 save. Zyphon comes up with a quad at least on this round to gain a little bit more confidence. The problem here is, if they lose this round right here, or, for example, Illuminar, they do enough damage to get that economy into a loop, that's going to be the 11th round for them. And we're not that far away from a win. Best man, well, that sounded very personal. Okay. We're getting a little bit of emotions in the chat at the moment. But off we go. TSM, 6 rounds away. If they could actually win this one, I'm not going to talk about a comeback yet, but there could be the basis for it. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Just look at the weaponry at the moment. This is just horrible. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, Valde comes out with a kill on the PHR. That's going to be Spawak with a quick trade. For a second there, it looked like a clean entry. Furlan will be crossing the dots, holding the sights. That's a great nade coming in from the back line. Bilani gets dropped. More utility. A great catch coming out of Furlan. That's Katsu with 1. And this is turning around again. TSM. This is exactly what they were afraid of. To talk about a comeback, the problem is Illuminar just way too strong. Yeah, Liquid actually made some very questionable roster moves. I think the problem with Liquid's roster moves wasn't that they went for the moves that they went, it's the culture behind the roster moves. Exactly the same problem that I have with G2. Like, they have great players, the problem is, like, none of the moves make any sense. It's like a monkey just hitting the keyboard. Oh, let's take this player. So, yeah. couple of kills there. And here we go. Triple for A-Core. And that's the round done. For example, here's a good idea. For Liquid not to go for Mauled is just criminal. With all the great in-game leaders open, they decided to go for one. Okay, I do understand they want to test twists. And it's, in a way, it's been panning out. And he was the up-and-comer for FaZe Clan to be an in-game leader too. So that's kind of cool. The problem is that they went for a risk again, which is just a little bit too crazy. I don't know. Falcons roster is yeah. That's a rough one. Great nade. By the way, that's going to do some damage. Ooh, Ferlin takes a face full of it. That's going to be Nico with the kill. And a nice step up coming in from Zira. Back of the site. Drop one. Siphon him, steps in. And this could be a round that works out finally for the side of TSM, but even if they get that fifth, 5-11 down, it's just, well, sorry, my phone was on top of the cord. That would make the noise, sorry. That could be a great spot to be at to start to, even if they win this round, Illuminar, they're just in a very good space. The only thing they have to do is just economy damage, and they're okay. Drop as many weapons as they can. And the silence reaps the round. Nice catch out of Siphon to drop down Spavaku. Katsuyu left in a 1 versus 4. Knowing that he doesn't really have a chance for this round. Just trying to hope that they're going to chase him down. You could drop a couple of weapons here and there. Yeah, for example, for Yekindar to become an in-game leader, that was one of the most... How can I explain it? It feels like you're trying to drink water out of a paper bag. It just doesn't make any sense. Why are you doing it when you have glasses? Just use a cup. Axe Dreamt, welcome to the stream. Hi. I hate you, bro, lol. Why? In your opinion, was Yekindar a great in-game leader? Was that amazing? Here we go. Give us one clap. Okay. There it is. Enjoy it. Tell me your opinion about Donk. Well, I'm not sure if it's going to be much more different about any other people at the moment, especially the analyst. I don't think he's going to be top 1 player for this year. No. I'm not even going to call it close, because the problem is they haven't won enough tournaments to be relevant in that way, but definitely somebody that you have to keep an eye on. If somebody buys him out of that team, that's going to be an interesting move. Katsuyu. First shot on the Xiphon. Valde is going to be getting the kill on the PHR, but Ferlin and Katsuyu. Ferlin again with a second shot. Now becoming the main opera of the team, it seems like. And Zira left in a 1 versus 4. This is just TSM absolutely melting down. I'm not entirely sure what we're seeing at the moment. TSM having a... maybe they came in with a headspace that this is going to be an easy map for them. And they're getting just... bashed to the face here. Donna, where can I donate you? Why do you want to donate me? I don't want to be donated. Please don't adopt me. I'm a good boy. Just a couple of rounds in between. And we're already talking about at the 12 that this is exactly what we're talking about. Oh boy.
Here we go. This is gonna be... Donate it, bro. Oh, God. So, we're just waiting for the potentially last execution here. And I'm just trying to wonder, how can TSM actually pull this back? The problem isn't even the bias. Just forget about the economy so far. Illuminar has made it happen in every single round. And I really have a strong feeling we're about to see Nuke in about a second. Nice catch at the start. That's going to be A-Core to take a face full of bullets. Underneath the balcony, easy pickings for Spavaco with a 2. And that's going to be at least the jungle player finally stepping in, but the utility will be taking him down with the nades and the mollies, everything at the same time. Donate to him! What is this? TSM getting absolutely wrecked on their own pick. Mirage is going to be Illuminar's. Time to donate to him! Please! I'm not entirely sure why he said that, but it's just going to be... We're just preparing to see Nuke, as we are going to be ending with map number 2, and I have to say, TSM actually showing a little bit more focus on Dust 2, and I'm a little bit surprised. After Dust 2, it actually looked like, yeah, they brought it back, they did win it. It took a little second, but they steal a map out of Illuminar, and Mirage was supposed to be a good lockdown. But the donate didn't work. We're going to be hopping into Nuke in about a second. So guys, let's take a little break. This is going to be a 3-map series. And let's see what's about to happen in a map with a lot of scales into it. So, okay, let's take a little break, hop back when we're ready, and see you on Nuke.
Welcome back to the stream, and we will be hopping into Nuke after a couple of tough maps here for TSM. After winning Dust 2 and an overtime, I might say, they do bring it on the first half. They had the opportunity to win it on a regulation. Couple of mistakes here and there lead them into an overtime, which they can win. After Mirage getting absolutely blown out by Illuminar, I have to say, I really don't think we actually even saw any that interesting of rounds from the side of TSM, which finally led us here into Nuke. So, after the knives at the start, this will be Illuminar picking their start. They get to actually choose where they want to land, if it's going to be the T side or the CT side. Meanwhile, TSM, forget about the sides. They have to forget on... they actually have to focus on their team play at the moment. Mirage was horrible. We don't want to see that again. We really need to see a cohesive team play here. Whatever happened before, it happened. It's in the past. It's in the history. It doesn't matter. If you win this map, everything will be forgiven. If you don't, that's going to be a little bit of a different story there. They get to choose where they want to land. This is like a Fortnite drop out of the bus. How is Fortnite even doing? I haven't actually heard anything about the game since... well, everything. It was so popular before. It might still be. Oh, okay. It's still popular. Okay, that's cool to hear. So, we're hopping into a pistol round here. It's just gonna be Glocks against USPs with a Beretta duel. Duel is coming to play. And a hot breach coming in from Nico. He's not out of it yet, but this is a very good spot for him, especially if they do some noise towards the ramp. They might be pushing in towards that hut, and that could be a very early kill. That's a great nade. Oh, Nico. 64 points of damage. Or actually health left after that one. It was 36 points of damage. But Nico still gets the kill onto PHR. That's exactly the plan. And that's going to be Katsuya with the second kill here to defend the lower site. 1-1 at the moment on the board. 3 versus 3. And a nice catch coming in from the ramp. That's going to be Sierra with a kill. And Valde comes out with his own. Spavaco left in a 1 versus 3. And what does the script say? It says a headshot through the door. Sierra shuts it down. A triple for the man. A Nuke definitely is supposed to be a great pick for the Danes. The question is, can they beat the Poles in it? Silence takes care of the server right now. It's going to be a buy coming up in the side of Illuminar. Scout, MP9, and a lot of pistols. You must be a Navi fan. No, I'm just logical. Brother, at the moment, Navi versus Cheat Shooter 8-0 up. What do you want me to say? Lobby control. Zyphon holding that 1 Mac 10. Anybody who wants to push into him, he might be farming a couple of $100 here. V-Bucks. Fortnite. Yeah. Here it is, Sierra. Slow play. 29 points of damage. Health left. 1 point of damage. That's gotta be the scout in between. Doesn't really land on the target. That's the problem. They needed a shot with that. Nate will be pushing him out of that spot. And they will be chasing him down. But there's a little bit of a setup outside. But it doesn't matter. Still a kill. Goes for the side of TSM. This will be a nice spray from the heaven. Bilani steps in with 1. But the problem is that the side has been lost. And I think this is just going to be the round done for TSM. A 2-man advantage with the bomb down. This is going to be almost impossible to retake. Love how Donna gets bored between games and talks with us at the chat guy. To be honest, I actually love the way EPL is doing these tournaments. We don't have to be that serious over here. It's like Summit, but not as chill as Summit. We focus in the games on the parts where it's important, but we get to talk with people. And some of the conversations are actually good. Some of the conversations are just absolutely retarded, but you know, it is what it is. You have to dish out some to get some, I guess. Do you want to be a big boy caster? What do you mean by big boy caster? Like a fat boy or big in the scene? I never actually casted United 21. Nice cast, but it's the same style as over here. Bilani catches the first player, Nico. Entry with 0. It's gonna actually be vaulted to go down for Spawaku's USP, but behind a CT side vent. Zero even with 1 HP is gonna catch that 1 kill. It's okay. And that basically is the round, but they might actually do some damage here. If they drop a player, that could be enough to keep that economy low. Nice cats coming out of Savago, but that was just the Mac 10. That's done. Oh, sorry about that then. See you in the chat cheering for Navi. Yeah. Anders Bloom. That would be awesome, but I think I'm a little bit too spicy. I have a filthy mouth. No, I can swap it, but I think it's to get to that level, it just needs a lot of grinding. I really need to perform my English to get over there. Would be awesome though, but if it happens, it happens. If it don't, that's the life. Here we go. Vent dive coming out of TSM. Zyphon drops the likes of Furlan. And here we go. Zyphon. Little Beach is pushing a little bit closer towards this corner. That's going to be the smoke to clear off. Great play coming out of Nico to wait out for that kill. And if they can actually keep this up. Did that Discord sound come from me? I think that came from the stream. I'm not entirely sure. And through the smoke, there might be a couple of problems here if they're not ready. And this is going to be a TSM round again. What a shot from Nico to even drop one of the ops. And I think it's done. Kaboom goes the bomb. And so does the round. Silence takes the server. SMGs and an M4 cropped up with an Deagle here. That's going to be Spavaku. And 4 rounds on the board for the side of TSM already. This could be the first pick coming out of Nico if Hatsi is not careful here. Drops down. He's not going to even risk it. That's going to be the right choice. Just playing a little bit defensive at the moment, but Nico will be still just pushing in. That's going to be the first kill coming out of Zero to drop down Bilani. And at the moment, it kind of gets stabilized. That's a great frag coming out of Furlan, making sure that the vent player is going to be taken care of. He was very low too. That's a free kill, but a great trade coming up towards the lower portion of this site. And a great Molotov to make sure. BAR, he has to step in, either towards the pick, towards the window. But the burn is already seeping down. He finds the perfect angle here. And that's going to be the... Oh, God, for a second there, I was sure he's going to get that frag, but it's not going to happen. Absolutely dropped down. Spavago gets the trade onto A-Core, but it's a 2 versus 2. Furlan has the weapon. That's going to be the Deagle onto Spavago. A kill here would be amazing to start off the round. They still have the time. 25 seconds left on the clock. That's enough to go for it. They don't have the kits. That's the problem. Furlan with a great pick coming in behind the silo. And he clutches both of the players alone. Not even needing the help out of his teammate. That is going to be it. Bomb defused and the site has been retook. Holy Furlan. I just came up with that by myself. Nobody to give the credits for. Holy Furlan. Every day I say that. Holy Furlan. Yeah, holy Furlan. All right, TSM with 4 rounds on the board. That could have been the 5th. But the Illuminar, they already step in with 1. But it's a lot different of a game that we got on Dust 2. Mirage. My brain just skipped a beat there. Nuke is a very metallic map. There's a lot of sheet metal here. Great kill shoot. What the fuck was that? Hey, what is he? I thought Nico died there, but he's still alive. Did he get double dinked? What was that? What? They will be still pushing through. Oh, PHR with the utility on his hand at the worst possible timing, and that's gotta be Nico to drop down PHR. Oh, it works out for 1, but the problem is Bilani. He does get the trade. He doesn't know there's another player outside. It's gonna be Valde close to the smokes, seeping in, lurking like snacks past in the day on his primes. Finding the kill, and Katsuo gets the trade. The 2 versus 2. aCore is just waiting for this peak to happen. And that's exactly what's about to bring the round back towards the side of TSM. They are leading it right now. aCore pushing in towards the main. He has to go for the second one. Katsuo is ready for it. Showing a little bit too much skin. Goes for the full peak. And that's going to be aCore. With a double to shut it down. TSM, 5 on the board. They lose 1, but they're just stepping right back into it. Looking at the money. Illuminar, they can't go for the buy. So yeah, economy prevails just a bit. I'm not entirely sure if they dropped the weapon. Yeah, they did drop a weapon for Katsuo. And Bilani can go for the buy as well. It's got to be Katsuo basically without any utility. A couple of sets of utility for Spavako and PHR. Meanwhile, the rest of the players are going to be stacked with utility, but it's not going to be perfect. Early nade damages Zero just a bit. From the cross, the timing has got to be a little bit off, and this is just Nico cheating directly towards the secret. He's not going to be waiting for a beat. Rowan, oh god, he might actually be stepping right in front of that spray. That's got to be Zero with the kill. Nico. The problem is Nico ran into secret. He didn't wait for a second. They had no idea that the player could be that quickly on the lower site. And another great round from TSM. What a read, what a call. And it works out to a T. Oh boy. Holy Furlan, what a round. Bilani at least catches 1. It seems like they still want to flirt with the idea of testing this round, but we're gonna need so many more kills, and especially with the aCore's drop onto Bilani, I think the round it has to be done. They have to save the weapon. They have to save these weapons for the next one. That's it. There it goes. Lamau, what a round. Six to 1. Makes me want to lull. Looking at the weaponry that they're going to go for. It's actually going to be a similar buy again. An M4 without the silencer. TSM is just bullying Illuminar at the moment. They're being meanies. But after a little timeout, another attempt will be seen. Here we go. So, outside pick, aCore shuts down Spavako on that attempt. Deeper smoke towards the single squeaky. Deeper nade towards warehouse as well. They were maybe waiting for a second play to be there, but it's got to be Furlan in front of A main. Just to try to hold it down. That's going to be the deeper smoke towards it too. Furlan comes out with 1 onto Nico, but there's got to be a little bit of a gap. aCore misses that shot. Bilani comes out with the trade. Drops him down to the floor. Punishes him from that earlier pick, and it's going to be a 2 versus 2. 3 versus 3. As Pilani brings it to a 3 versus 2 now. Good respectable kills, but the problem is they have Xiphon very deep inside towards that A side. Anybody who wants to go for the information, they're not ready for it. This could be Xiphon bringing it back to a stable number. Katsio is going to be walking directly into here. And oh god, the wrong timing on that turn, but Xiphon. Oh boy. Brings it back. Valde. He has to get that bomb onto the side now. Just to make it happen from the cross. And that's exactly what's about to happen. Both players behind the silo. The bomb will be going down. 30 seconds left. And it's going to be reset to 40. First spray coming out of PHR. Do they know that both of the players are behind the silo? They do know that Xiphon did lurk here earlier on. That's both of the players low in HP. And Xiphon ends it with a triple. Oh, he's so mean at the moment. What is this? Casting, I guess. TSM, baby. We're making this happen. Windows will be broken. TSM ready for a new round. Illuminar still looking to buy in, I guess. At the moment, they're just getting a bank loan every single round. 7 rounds on the table. TSM, they're really punishing them from that Mirage game. Oh, the Molotov takes care of the whole push, or actually the defense here. Furlan catches the kill onto Xiphon, but Nico comes out with a quick trade and the side control. A nice nade. But this is all a fake. It's all a bamboozle. This is a joke. It's a prank. The bomb is on the lower side at the moment. And every single CT, they're so out of the loop at the moment. Finally, the calls out are coming in. Katsio actually finds the kill behind the box. And that's going to be Acor to step into a fight. PHR has to be careful because that's going to be a clear shot to the face. Nico from the single. That's going to be his teammate from the double and actually comes out with a second kill. Opens up the door just to make sure that he's not going to stick the plant. A triple with a Mac 10 on round... Holy moly. Round 8 works out for TSM. Sorry, round 9 works out for TSM. And I'm not even sure what we're looking at the moment. This is a corpse of Illuminar. I was actually talking about the fact that they had the momentum after that batch on Mirage. They had to have this one. At the moment, this is just a very one-sided map. Here we go. Burns being used. That's going to be a flying Mac 10 to get a... MP9 to get a kill. Already a player downstairs. Waiting for that B-pop to happen. B-pop, not Korean pop. Katsio, the sole player, pertaining to a better spot here towards the B side. And off we go. Kazi is just melting in the chat at the moment. Heaven push coming out of Alde. This is a lot of control. Towards the side of PHR. And with the first kill, they have to be very careful. This is doable. On the side of TSM, the push coming out. Great reactions. That's going to be PHR with a kill onto Nico. Molotov lands. That's going to be a lot of damage. But Spavaku comes out with a kill onto Acor. Is TSM actually going to be losing a round like this? Sierra makes it a 1, but the problem is PHR underneath him gets a triple. The kill, and a couple of more kills at the start. And again, silence. Silence at the start this time around. TSM. Just smoking outside. And this seems to be an A-side bash if I'm reading this correctly. Early push out of the main is not going to work out. That's going to be Bilani with the kill on the side from a great smoke to cover up the push. And through the smoke, wait a minute, Zira, are you sleeping? Hello, Bilani comes up with a second one. That's going to be Spawaka with the drop. The A-side batch doesn't work at all. TSM attempting something off the script. And that's what you get for it. An absolute blowout, and Illuminar will be taking map, or actual round number 11. We are going to be hopping into the last round here. And still 1 to be won. To be honest, at the end of the day, TSM, they're doing well on the round. So 8 on the board. They can actually still make this a 9, but giving maybe a bit too much emotional control for the side of Illuminar to get back into the game. Are you the Joker? Oh, he's been blown off. Great catch outside. Spawaka will be taken down at the start. 79. You won't see a stable number on this half. That's going to be the Apogee brought back in. Wait a minute. A-core leveled up at the moment. That's going to be Nico and Siphon. But everybody's just fragging out at the moment. Nobody's really just missing a beat. And Furlan left in a 1 versus 5. Are we going to see another ace today? We already saw one with an MP9. Well, A-core is going to shut it down before it even starts. It is done. Nah. We might be just in time for that Navi versus G2 games to start. Here we go. Caster is Nuke CT or T-side? No, it's definitely T-side. It's known for being one of the most T-sided maps in the pool. It's like 80% for T-side. Hopefully somebody can catch the sarcasm on that one. I think it's getting very... Well, to be honest, every map on CS at the moment is very close to 50-50. But Nuke might be one of the... a few CT-sided maps on this pool at the moment, so it's 55 to 45, depending what teams you're talking about. For example, if you put the rank 20 filter, it's 53 to, 55.4 to 44.6, so, yeah. Here we go, Nico opting in the CT side with the first shot. Valde gets the trade, but that's still some of the kills going for the side of Illuminar. They're bringing every single one back. And the bomb will be going down. They hurt the vent dive. And on top of the side, they know exactly where Katsuo is. Valde knows where he is and still jumps in front of him. What the fuck is going on? Furlan is just going to tap down A-core, who comes a little bit too late to the action. And yeah, for a second there I thought they had that under the back. They spotted the player, but still jumped in front of him. I'm not entirely sure what that was, but okay. And here we go. Couple of kills at the outside. This is just a USP round. Bomb will be going down. Nice catch coming out of Bilani. This is supposed to be a clear side here. Nice boost. But none of the CT is really looking into challenging more, so it's just going to be exits, nothing else. Maybe trying to save that Galil for the next round. We might be still seeing a couple of more rounds here. The question is, are we going to see another overtime? Are we going to see another comeback? Is this possible? For Illuminar to win this? Well, they have brought it into a 4-round lead now, which isn't the worst thing we have seen. 9-5 is actually very doable. The problem is they have to be very good now. A couple of mistakes here and there, that's exactly what we were talking about. Just one forced save, and that's going to be the end of Illuminar. Meanwhile, for TSM, they get to buy. And if they lose this round, that's going to be them just a little bit closer again, especially with the upcoming save order force. And depending on what they go for, that could be a tie game at that point. Or very close to it. 9 to that 7 region. And that's definitely doable, especially if you have a T side. And Illuminar already bashed one map out of TSM. The question is, why couldn't they do another T side? Maybe this is a T-sided map. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe the Earth is flat, but is it? Valde comes out with the first kill onto PHR. It's going to be Acorn to get the second one, and it's going to be just a shutdown. Nobody's seeing the light off the tunnel. It's been closed out for the maintenance reasons, and A side lives for the next round. 10 on the board, Illuminar with 5. Booyaka booyaka. Holy Furlan, what a round. Let's see if we can actually still keep this up now. Furlan from behind red here. We'll be scaling just a little bit closer towards outside. Nobody's actually showing that second smoke needed. Or, sorry, the third smoke. I think it missed a little bit. Yeah. Somebody screwed up the smoke. It's going to be 4 smokes used for the outside push. Oh, that's going to be talked in for the... Yeah, that's the effect of it. Took way too long for them to go for the cross. Now they're just getting shut down in between it, but it's going to be a double spray coming out of PHR. TSM hopping into the blender. And again, it's doable. But this catch from Xiphon, especially with the lower side control, is going to be huge. But from here, Illuminar, they can go for the upper side play. However they see it. If they want to challenge Xiphon, that's doable. But it seems like they want to explode towards that A side, making sure that the vents are empty. They decide to go for the lower side control. And as soon as they open that door, it's just going to be a crosshair in the between of the head. And Xiphon takes care of both of the players. That is going to be the round for them. 11 on the board, 6 away. 1 round away from a map point, match point, and upper bracket point. Illuminar giving us a game today. Having a couple of hiccups. Now we're actually thinking about the fact that they're not even getting risk to be dropped. This is just them dropping towards the lower bracket. So they're not getting eliminated with this game. Neither one of them. So, even if teams TSM gets wrecked somehow, there's still another chance on this tournament. Glocks all around. They know they have to save that money for their last round. Can't really go for it. It's always a tough decision to look at the amount of rounds you have. The money for the 11th. Or if the 11th is on the board for the enemy team. And it's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Either you go for the save, or you buy something and try to lift those percentage. Nice catch. Almost the second one coming in. Teammate springs into action. It's going to be Nico to control this. And it seems like this is a very stable round for the side of TSM. 12 on the board. Illuminar 7 rounds away. Looking at the buy, they can go for basically whatever they want this round. Depending. I have to be honest. Yeah, it's actually not that great. Yeah, they can actually buy the weaponry, whatever they want. But the problem is still a short of a couple of utilities. But it's enough to try to challenge the round. AK straight with a couple of sets of utils, especially with some of them used outside already. You can see the effects of it in this round. They can actually use that one smoke either to cover up a side's choke, and that's it. 2 Molotovs, 3 flashes, 1 smoke for Illuminar. Meanwhile, TSM, they're just riding. Look at the equipment from them, even after using this many already. A full push towards the lower side. That's going to be PHR. Made a noise. Sierra definitely heard that. That could have been it. That little step. Looking at the reactions from the CT already with a player down. And from Ramp, it seems like they're getting just more ready. 2 players. Flirting with the idea of getting a little bit closer, especially now. 55 seconds left. This has to be a read from TSM. They have to know where this is going for. That's going to be the smoke. A-Core just ready for this push to come in. From controller room, it's going to be Nico. And Sierra from the doubles, and just look at the stack. Already the push is coming out from the single door. The only thing they have to do is just open up that smoke. That's gonna be the shutdown actually from the side of Illuminar. But the great lurk coming in from behind. Sierra with a double to bring it back to 3 versus 3. Blilani finds 1. And Sierra left it with between the rock and a hard place, but that's gonna be Katsuya to push in front of him. Actually wins that fight. And Illuminar, they might actually make this happen. Siphon catches 1. The bomb ticked out to 23 seconds. And it seems like Siphon is going to be reading this as a save. Just picks up that AVP. Brings it to a next round. That's going to be the most they get. A round for Illuminar. But it almost cost them everything. Kaboom goes the bomb. TSM just 1 round away. They're at their match map upper bracket point. Illuminar. 6 rounds to bring it to an overtime. Is it possible? I don't know. Is it doable? Yes, it is. That's going to be the set of utility used outside. Great nade. The timing almost on point, especially with the push coming in. Furlan! He knows that the nade exploded the smoke. Still goes for the cross. And that's a couple of kills coming back. Okay, Spavaku brings it back. It's a man advantage for the side of Illuminar now. The only thing they have to do is stick the bomb on the floor. But it's a lot more harder to be done than actually said. A great couple of kills coming in from Siphon. Oh, it's going to be the shutdown. 0, we won it before. And a triple to win Nuke for TSM. They make it happen. 13-6 after a little bit of a fumble on Mirage. We finally come to an end. It's done. TSM, oh, camera actually failed. Sorry. Give me a second. Here it is. TSM, after a bit of a wake-up call there. They do bring it to a doable round. I'm not entirely sure what's happening at the moment. Hopefully it's working. Yeah, we're back. So yeah, TSM with a little bit of a failure of a round there. On Mirage, losing a little bit of a step. They could have won this on a 2-0 start, but it just doesn't happen. It doesn't matter. They went to a Nuke game, and they do look amazing on that map. Kind of stomping Illuminar in that map pick. So, it's done for today. We have our upper bracket continuance at the moment, so it means that TSM, they're going to go ahead with Apogee. Meanwhile, to the lower bracket, it's going to be Illuminar going against... Give me a second. Was it... I don't remember now. I always forget. My brain is getting old, it seems like. So from our maps, it was Apogee winning the upper bracket. And yeah, here it is. So Apogee going against TSM, and it's going to be alternate aTTaX going against Illuminar on the lower bracket. So the matches has been set. You can actually see the playoffs right over here. And it's going to be, for the future games, Passion UA against Into the Breach. That's going to be a hypey of a game. Apogee versus TSM. That's going to be a nice game to look also.
Gaming Gladiators going against Johnny Speeds. That's not a bad matchup at all. Dane's going against the Swedes. And, of course, this fourth game is going to be Alternate Attacks going against Illuminar on the lower bracket. So, guys, hopefully you had a good time today. We are going to be done for now. And hopping in for the future, we are done. So, I'm not sure when we're going to be casting again. Maybe on finals. So, until then, see you later. Have a good time. Bye-bye.